Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And forgive me for coming in a little bit late. I have been busy all morning coding things and doing things. I arranged for my firewood for the winter, so that's going to be pretty exciting. And as you see, I'm fooling around with lighting and things for this stream. Arguably too much light. Maybe that's too intense. But I also arranged to, I am going hard and getting a dumpster to put all my plugins. No, I mean, not to put all my plugins in. I am getting a dumpster, and I'm going to be emptying out my basement a little bit before the firewood comes in. And I'm just kind of going really hard on doing that. So that should be that should be like next week. And yeah, you will notice that we no longer have K Cyber City sitting here, and that's because it's ready to go. We get to do that this coming week. That's pretty exciting. Not only that, I also have a Purist Console 4 ready to go as well, although that's not going to be this coming week. The plugins are actually quite interesting. This fricking light is quite interesting as well. Oh no, it's too bright. Let me sit this somewhere else. It's a great idea, but it's a little bit too annoying. So let's find something else to do with it. How about that? How's that? That's a little bit better. Everything is always a factor of fooling around with stuff. And part of what I'm doing, speaking of fooling around with stuff, let me fool around with this even more. What if putting that there was actually good? No? Reasonably good, I suppose. Yeah. Everything is a matter of fooling around with stuff and thinking of ways to make it different or interesting or better. Like, I can show you another interesting and potentially dumpsterable version of a thing that we're going to be doing more going forwards and through the summer. Check it out. We have cameras. Oh, actually, I can give the big view for the cameras. And I could be recording music using this one. But supposing I wanted to go and play drums, that being something that I can do if it's not too late at night or anything. Check it out. That is the drum room. And turns out I can turn the camera and that light on with a switch from down here. So I don't have to be running up and down the stairs to set it all up. And these are all sort of things that I can do just to make stuff a little bit more workable, like being able to get going, do things, make stuff happen. And what I'm going to be making happen today, back in the day, I was telling a friend of mine when I went out for a coffee the other day, back in the day I was doing those synthesizer jams. And those were all done in the studio using a kind of fancy, flashy light system, which was basically extremely ghetto because all I could really do was go on Amazon and buy like sound sensitive light strips and try to figure out how to do that. And if they weren't bright enough, I would just get more of them the next month, and ended up with like 4 strips. And that's what the colored light stuff comes from. I have recently unearthed the raw video and audio and graphics from all of those. I'm pretty sure I have that stuff. I've categorized it in stream audio. Hang on, I gotta fool with this a little bit. I'm gonna be doing coding, but I'm doing a little bit of the show and tellness this time. So I gotta run that. And then we gotta switch this over to the stream. And then here we have audio. So I did performances online and did all that stuff live, including running the lights, which you don't get to see on the audio. But turns out that it's got a pitch shift on it. Like what you're hearing there is actually there's only a little section of it.
And yeah, I think we're getting
that
about
turned
ready.
into the music part.
I think it's getting about time.
This was actually a 3-hour stream. So there's a whole making of. This whole aesthetic is something that I was getting together back in the day.
The A's. It's my way of doing the...
Oh. It's just changing cameras around. By the way, I might be willing to sell that white synth down there. I've got one of those. I don't find I use it very much. I no longer have this bass, funnily enough. I'm looking to be able to pay for the firewood that I just ordered, so I might be selling that off. Similarly, I used to have the little bank of Moog things. I no longer have those. Although I think I still have I still have the DFAM. But there were 2 Mother 32s that I had once, and I have sold those off. Still have this one, though. So yeah, I'm looking to maybe at some point put together this as albums on Bandcamp. If I can come up with a way where if you get the album, you also get to download the entire making of session. Because these are all like that. They're not very big. This is another 2.5 hour. This is probably the session where I started off. Yeah. That's the session where I started off jamming to a live stream by Colin Benders. Colin was live on YouTube. Oh, well, I mean, that's the shirt that I wear on Sundays to release plugins. And I got those pants because I had the flashing lights and I wanted the flashing lights to show up. Like, as you can see, I'm not doing the milkman fit at the moment. I went and did the opposite. But, yeah, and this is after I got the rig. But this jam was done on the day that I started live streaming and live streaming another person's live stream, that being Colin Benders. And the track 45 parsecs from home is me taking over from that point. And yeah, I ended up boiling it down to a little over an hour for each one, but these do appear to be the original releases. And see, it's another 2 hour and 40 minute, this one. So I'd spend a while sort of getting up to speed with it. Yeah, like
baseline, no kind of deal.
that look is mostly so I can be seen at all.
Pretty well for me. And
Although, if I was wearing the black garb that I do my live streaming in now, that background would come through. The background would be showing up over me. All you'd be able to see is my head and hands, which might be cool. This way, you can see me kind of sorta, and the background is going through the guitar a little bit because it's a darker guitar. And yeah, there's a lot more jamming. By the way, the visuals that you were seeing there is a variation on a Sleepy Circuits Hypno. I would like to solve making the Hypno work in such a way that I can get raw output from it. That's the HDMI output, which is rescaled. Some of the videos that I did for Welcome to Free Luna were using this, but using upscaling to make it do cooler effects. And yeah, as you can see, it's flashing back and forth between different cameras and things. This was back when I was able to throw stuff behind experiments like that. Again, this did not lead to anybody particularly caring. And I ended up giving up after, I think this was the final one. This was the final jam.
This is a Arturia key step, not Behringer, Arturia. Not that they're...
And that voice is not recording to the recording, it's just going out over the stream, and this was from the original YouTube development.
Not great either, but
it is not Melodrop, it is
driving a Zox
Sleepy
box
Circuits Hypno.
You get a behavior that almost makes sense. Is the oak hosts. You could.
And yeah, you've got my firewood back here. See, there's the firewood. Yeah, jamming in the studio. Oh, this was back when I had this mouse pad. This might have been before I was even making other mouse pads. And this is when the desk was pointing that way, sort of towards the fireplace, so it was awkward to put wood in the wood stove, and I couldn't do wood stove cam at this time. And also I had to line the back of the desk with like reflective foil just so that it wouldn't catch on fire. It's better the way it is. Right now the desk is here in this area. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of that device. I do feel that if I was able to get it to use its NDI input, it would work better for me. And I've kind of gone off actively using it much. But yeah, these are all the raw recordings from back when I was doing these jams, which could conceivably come out on Bandcamp. I haven't gotten around to doing it, but I've got the masters now for it. Also, Sunny Boy asked if I would add an EEPS or tape width feature onto tape. Iron oxide has an EAPS tape, an EAPS feature. It's not really very accurate for what I'm building into 2-tape. That's not really how I approach 2-tape anymore. Also, the tape width feature, what do you figure that does? I'd rather go about doing it like with what the thing actually does, rather than associate it with a feature that is not actually there on what the plugin is actively doing. It would be my preference anyhow. But yeah, we've got little stuff to do here with regards to getting these going. And that would be my hope, that I can sort of refine some of these things and get my most recent stuff together with them. Here's an example. All of these now have the smooth control that is on the new version of Purist console, the Bezier smoothing factor. That does not mean that this works. It does not. I've just put this parameter in, and this almost certainly means, it does mean, that I have this set up so I can do the gain and fader, but none of the rest of it is set up. God, excuse me. So my next order of business for these things is to go through here and figure out which of these are now going to be Bezier smooth controls. Because I figure literally everything that is currently set up to do this, and that's putting it strongly because apparently I only have the high pass and low pass doing that. And I'm also a little interested in how I'm implementing that. Oh, actually I can see how I'm implementing that, and it is an extremely steep angle EQ. That's what that is. So it could be worth me fiddling with this as well. There could be an additional control in here. And what the additional control could do is give you a scaling factor for how many stages of this we're even using. That's very much a possibility. There's not much to be gained by smoothing that, though. The smoothing of it would be making it gradually merge between various settings, and there's not it is a discrete calculation. This is an integer number. I can feed the integer number in, and that's basically doing the steepness of the roll-off. And introducing that might be helpful in its own right. Like I've got clearly two channels in this. I've got the, here's the left and right. This is the high pass. This is the low pass. We are running different steepnesses. That's interesting. But it's true. That's what we're doing. And hfreak, that is a smoothed parameter. So that might be worth a little something. So what I'm talking about here is I should be able to set this thing up so that I can adjust like the slope of this filter. This is the smeary sort of filter that sounds like a speaker cabinet rather than sounding very artificial like a DJ isolator filter. I might actually be able to do a better DJ isolator filter in future, but this is the one that doesn't. This is the one that lives on the channel version. And I find it has its uses. I am certainly wondering whether it would help to have a control operating the stages. Social Aid, I actually have an answer for you for that one. Let me bounce over to here quickly. I'll show you something. Or at least I would if I was patched into the speakers. Let's go and patch this into the speakers. I forgot to do that. It's going to be one of those days of seeing what I can get done. Honestly, most of the hard work was done on Tuesday, and then from then until today, including all this morning, I was polishing up everything else. So I'll be able to put out K Cyber City this weekend. And then a bunch of just maintenance kind of things that I had to do anyway. But if I do this, we can hear. There, see, there's the sound. You were asking what would do a thing like Console Zero but without the console. I'll tell you. Console Zero at 44.1K is using simple averaging. That's how it's doing a lot of its work. So you could use this. 2 taps is about what the raw one is. And then you can make it darker like this. But wait, there's more. Also, let me back this. My cameras act so weirdly around microphones. I do not understand what they're on about. I'll have them set to the same settings, and then one day it'll be just way louder than the other day. Maybe I'm just talking at very different volumes depending upon what day it is. I don't know. I was going so hard getting all of this stuff fixed this morning that no wonder I'm a little bit pumped up. Evermatrix, which also gives you an inverse function. So that's 2 traps. But there's more because you can do more pulls. And that will continue to darken the super highs. But we're not really hearing the super highs here. But we can definitely darken things up a whole bunch this way. So that's basically the filtering element that appears in Console Zero. There you go. That's the darkening effect without the console, but with a lot more control over it. Plus, you can use it in inverse for only the highs to come through. And yep. So Avermatrix is the one that will give you that basic effect. I don't think there is the camera is every time I look over to the damn audio feed, it's like, okay, I'm blowing up the mic. Suddenly it's just in the red and out of control. So I don't like that much. Let me deal with it a little bit. Okay, now let's see if that's any different. It's not wildly different, but it's not blowing up as hard, so we'll take it. Yeah. Same thing happens on the plugin video one too. The camera that I do plugin videos on, that's the one that I have the Colaris plugged into, so it sounds big. And it seems to bounce around volume-wise as well. I don't know why. Just one of those things, I guess. Anywho, there's your mind you, if to match what console 0 does, you will not be using simply one pole of the filtering. You'll be doing like an average of 2 samples wide, but then you'll do, say, 2 poles or so, and that ought to give you the result. So yeah, let's explore some of these ideas. One of them that I'm going to be doing is getting rid of this. And then we don't actually have high gain, H mid gain, L mid gain, and bass gain. All of these also need to be smoothed. Don't currently have them being smoothed. This doesn't get altered. This is part of the discontinuity. And remember, one of my ideas here is I need to add even more sliders than that. And I'll tell you why. It's because for these plugins, this Console X3 plugin, I need to be able to have the Bezi Q3, that is the primary voicing for these. That needs to be distributed to 3 places in the code. It needs to be able to all go in front of the compression into saturation. It'll be split in 3 places. It can all go after compression and saturation, or it can be weighted more towards the beginning or more towards the end with one layer of filtering between the compression and saturation. And I feel like that's going to have some serious advantages to it. What I am wondering, like maybe what I'm thinking of, maybe what we're talking about here when I finish it up is going to be something that acts like a indexed selector, almost like the pop-up menus that I sometimes use in these. In fact, it could literally be pop-up menus if I wanted to go really hard and implement a bunch of those. Because I've got multiple things in here that are controls with integer settings. Like a bunch of my settings go from 0 to 1 and they're floating point, right? They're continuous settings. A lot of the continuous settings I want to smooth, and I got to install that. But then there's also the ones that are integer, like I can scroll up and show you what I mean by that. I'm kind of talking my way through this. Even if I don't do lots of coding today, hopefully we'll at least get clearer on what I intend to do with it all. See, if it says generic, that's continuous. That's min value 0 to max value 1. which is the same that VSTs do. But here we've got a trim control, and it goes from 0 to 4. Now remember what I said about how I wanted to arrange the where the filters sit, where the BESIQ3 sits? Because there are 3 different stages of that. BESIQ3 gets its intensity by having 3 distinct phases that it can use, and it's stacking things on top of itself. The high pass and the low pass, which are angle EQ, those are going up to like 20 stages or 13 stages on the low pass. They're really going quite hard as far as letting you do a very steep sounding, resonant sounding filter. But I feel like I could get some mileage out of having less stages than that. Or arguably more. And if I play my cards right, because I'm going to have to, when I make the GUI versions of these, because it's a console, it's a Pamplejuice-based console, meaning that if you download it from the GitHub, as you do, you get all the funny controls, which I can't show on this computer because the computer is too old to run that stuff. But you get the funny controls, and actually that's an assumption. Wouldn't it be interesting if you could? Let me do a little experiment. We're going to do a little experiment today and find out what can actually be done. So if I go to my streaming computer here, and this is a picture of all of my VST3 plugins. You see they are much larger than they're the Pamplejuice-based ones. But here's all of that stuff. And I've got Clap, but there's no hope of me running Clap on Snow Leopard. But I'm not sure whether or not maybe I could run these. So let's do a little experiment and find out. I should be able to copy these directly over. For instance, here's, and yeah, I can make a local copy of Dark Meter. I just can't get it to build on GitHub for the public, unfortunately. Sudara has offered to help me with that, and he's going to have to because without him, I can't make it work. That's 600 megs of plugins. Bada boom. It's taking its own sweet time to do it, too. Yeah, one of the reasons the audio doesn't sound bad on your end, even though I am seeing my microphone constantly clipping and distorting, is because clipping into the broadcast is not that uncommon, honestly. People go loud all the time. It's just giving me a very upfront microphone sound. But I do prefer to avoid clipping the mic because it's also popping. You know, that's one of the things that's causing it to happen. The mic that I use for the streaming is the Sennheiser that people begged me to stop using when I was doing the weekend ones that way. Oh, I don't think this has... Actually, no, maybe that does have its use. I think that's a Voxenga one that I got for studying the difference between different sounds and have not yet used. Nice, there you go. It probably would be accurate and exact if you're talking average 2.000 and depth 2.000, though it's doing one of those things I sometimes do. For instance, on the Z filters, where it will pretend, or on some of the resolution crash filters. They're not called BAS, they're called RES, but I don't remember what else I called them. And and what they do is they do little crossfades between discrete things. So it's doing a little dry wet between each of the stages. Meanwhile, back over here, we're going to quickly see whether I've been wrong all this time about whether you can run this. So let's go find out. We've got a VST3 folder. We got some of these things. Some of these things are actually what I already had here, so we'll try even more of them. And we're going to see whether this works. It would be interesting. Oh, for heaven's sake. I'm going to pretend it's not hiding that. It is, in fact, hiding it. It just showed the dots for passwords. But I don't care. I'm playing it safe. This should take even longer to do than before. It's sitting there estimating time remaining. So what I'll do is I'll try to do it in Twisted Wave, which may or may not be able to run VST3s. I think I may have tried this and found it did not work because it's too old of a computer. But nothing to it but to try it. We'll find out. We'll find out together whether this computer is too old to run these things. Because there were VSTs that ran. Bitter probably runs. Xpre 2 into console 9 channel. Yes. Yes, the way I set it up, you should be able to run console Xpre into console 9 channel. It's exactly the same to the extent that having it in separate plugins is quote-unquote the same. In other words, not exactly. On the real console X channel, I can do that processing and then do the console 9 processing still in double precision. Whereas if you were using the audio unit, it would be dithering things to 32-bit every step of the way. Or at least between every plugin. So for practical purposes, it's pretty much exactly the same. It may not be literally and utterly exactly the same, but it'll be pretty close. So let's see whether we have any of those things showing up. I think probably it is not. No, wait, hang on. Whoa, up there. This is going to give me the standalone. Yep, it gave me the standalone. I don't think Twisted Wave can do VST3s. I think we're out of luck there. Newer versions of Twisted Wave do VST3s, but newer versions might not run on this old computer. That's probably not going to do me anything. Yep. I keep this without an internet connection on purpose because my code sits on here. There's a lot of stuff that needs to not change. That's also an antique version of Chromium. Won't even connect to most websites at this stage. So yeah, I did that for no reason. Nothing was learned. I don't think I can even... Well, no, Logic won't. I know already that Logic won't do VST3s. This is a playback thing. I don't think it does plugins, much less VST3s. Okay, that's not either VSTs or VST3s. So yeah, that's somebody's standalone music player that I was using for some reason. Also not going to work. I don't think I have a version of Reaper on here, although I could easily get one that runs on this machine. Pretty sure you can get old versions, see antique programs and things. This one's cute. This one does the graphics that gave me the textures for my video games. Toast, back when you had to do a separate program to burn CDs. Yeah, and a lot of this stuff is simply not going to give me... Oh, and look, all of the old Adobe things, which I guess are still here. Just before it went cloud only. So I've still got some of these things sitting around. These are the ones that I had. So I've got that on this antique computer. AU Lab is definitely not going to do VST3s, so we're out of luck there. Yeah, I think I am, unless I want to spend the day installing Reaper on this old machine. I bet I could. And I bet the old Reaper would do VST3s. And then it would be a question of seeing whether I'm seeing the same thing on the... Maybe it's even worth trying. I'm now curious. This now has me curious. Anything rather than do the new plugins, right? Gonna grab the number. Let's go and find the correct version of Reaper for this. It'll probably even tell me. Oh, and look at that. That's so cute. It says, we do these things not because they are easy, but because we thought they were going to be easy. They're so cute. Love these guys. I'm honestly not sure which version I'm using. I don't typically run into problems. Here's the question. Which one do I need? It says 6, but does that mean it's able to support what I need? I don't see it specifying what's the latest one. Take me down to Parallax City where the back moves slow and the front moves quickly. Love it. Love it. These are also the people who let you continue using the DAW until you can afford to pay for it. I love them so much. Let's do some research on what it's going to need to be. Yeah, so I got this, and this is where I'm going to get it. Dear God, seriously? On Reaper's download page, the current version 636 works for everything from 10.5. Really? Here's somebody asking if Snow Leopard is still the optimal OS. Huh. Yep, I am not a bot. They're asking in 2014, which tells you something. Yeah, that's not going to be useful. I should answer this person. As long as it is, yeah, it's 2023. Yeah, all of mine. Long as you're okay, well, presume long as you're okay with the standalone, and I'm about to find out whether the other ones will. It would be very cool if those could, but I'm absolutely not sure that it will. But yeah, somebody should have told them. Technically, I suppose I could have told them just now. How old is this? In 2021, they say that the newest versions still run in Snow Leopard. Astonishing. Yeah, I know, right? Well, what would be really ambitious is if I busted out my old PowerPC laptop that my brother gave me years and years ago. Just discarded it and let me have it, because that has optical in and out. I think this one only has optical out and not optical in. But yeah, in theory it would. So newest versions from 2021. People talking bad about the new versions of macOS, which is fair. So I can jump to 7 if I want. At no point does it seem to be suggesting that it no longer is available, but I do know they're talking about this is still available, and I am on Intel. Oop. Let's save it directly to the SD card. "19 megs in size. And then we will find out for sure whether you can use VST3s on Snow Leopard. Because one thing I do know for sure is that you can use the standalone VST2s. But I'm quite curious to find out. We will also find out whether we can install it without the network. And that should be all in good fun. Boop. Something very nice about when people are able to do work like this and then they'll just let you have it, and they're supporting all of this different kinds of stuff. I do like that quite a lot. So let's see, Xcode is open. Why don't we quit out of Xcode just for the purpose of doing this? We're doing some experimentation here. See whether it works. We got a splash screen. It needs to start up. get ready to drag some of our flax in here. Probably this old, well, I mean, what am I talking about, old version? This is not an old version. This is not an old version at all. It's being a little pokey because of how old of a computer this is. But this is anything but an old version. This is fairly recent. I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to see how old my current primary version is. Phew. Yeah, they're up to version 7, but I'm only using version 6.81. Amazing. And I've seen no reason to change that. Honestly, I always it is scanning my plugins. I always endorse setting up something like the DAW and telling it not to update and just using it like a toaster. Set up stuff like my plugins work this way. You should be able to, as long as you're not using like Consolidated or whatever. And you could use that. But for the primary plugins, if there is a new thing to be done, it will be done in a distinct new plugin. Yep. I already have a license key. I'm just not going to install it today. Music, create subdirectory. We'll call it testing. That looks kind of weird. Why is it being the way it is? Can we maybe do this? Why is it being arranged like that? Maybe it's a quirk having to do... Oh, no, wait, I bet I know. That's where the tracks go. What am I thinking? I know how this stuff works. And usually I arrange the master to be on the other side of that. Can we do that? Yeah, that's usually how I do. And then we can drag the summit track over into here. It's going to make its whatevers. It's going to let me scroll in here. And I don't see my control. Oh, no, it lives here. So I'd rather have that live elsewhere. I'd rather have that live in the top of main menu like I have it on my other stuff. It lives. And ooh, interesting. Now what's up with you? That you can see this one, but you can't see my other plugins. Let's investigate. Yes, I would have liked to I basically know how this stuff runs. This is probably not a 96K plugin, so this probably has something to do with what I'm seeing here. Compatibility. Okay, so that's fine. Plugin paths. So library audio plugins VST. Well, that should also lead me to VST3, but it's only finding bitter and it's not finding the other ones. That's interesting. Are we looking at the root level, or are we only looking at the this level? It's finding bitter, so this is not the problem. But we are having a problem. Don't know what ARA is, but maybe it's the problem. That seems legit. Those failed to scan. But why? Let's see if that was the problem. If this doesn't give me joy, then I'll figure out something else. I feel what's going on is the ones that I have built using Pample Juice aren't supporting 10.6.8. And you know, that's fine. That was an ambitious move. And I don't have the audio units there because I haven't installed them, although it does make me wonder whether Pample Juice is making audio units that would work on this. I feel like I'm kind of guaranteed that it wouldn't, though. And yeah, here's the problem. We can do the standalones back to the dawn of time, just about, but I'm not seeing the VST3s. Only VST3 I see is this guy. And that is it's showing how many bits are active. Okay, so that is a sadness, but oh, you keep thinking that it should be able to load them? I'm not so sure about that, but I'm willing to try. You keep saying, oh, run the rescan, so I'll do that for you. Let's try it. I don't think it's going to help. I think the problem is with me. Or the problem is with my Pample Juice-based plugins that can't run on 10.6.8. But I'm prepared to give it a try. Here is not where we find preferences. And the path list includes this. These are the ones that failed to scan. I don't know why. I can also shut that back off again. So, as requested, clear cache and rescan. I suspect these will fail. I think what's happening is Pample Juice is not supporting stuff as far back as this. This is why I make the standalone ones in the first place. I already expect that the work that I'm doing, as soon as it starts involving anybody else's work, they start failing to do what I want them to do. Everybody else fails to do what I do and what Reaper is clearly doing, of really going the distance of making sure that stuff can be supported. And I'll tell you why. It's because if you're building things on Apple systems, Apple intentionally removes all of the support for older models going way back. Like I can build in the current model, and it won't be close to being able to do Snow Leopard. It's taking out all of those libraries, so you can't even address them. They do it on purpose. So plugins that failed to scan, there they are again. So we can say okay, but we're still out of luck. I'm sorry. All of these are fine. Everything that we have with this stuff is fine. And everything that I build as a standalone is fine. Oh, and we have Bitter as the original VST as well. So all my standalones are fully functional up to and including the very most recent ones. But Pamplejuice will not support this. Now I can talk to Sudara about whether he would like to incorporate that. I'm going to suggest he's probably not willing. I don't think he has the juice for that. Again, my apologies. I'd love for that to be available, but no. The experiment has now failed. We can't do it. But what we can do is jump back in and start working on these again with the alterations I was talking about. So let's start with console X3 bus. And again, what I'm working on today would work on Snow Leopard. It just hang on. Hello.
How are you?
Hi, I'm given to understand that you got some brush out of my yard.
No, I did not. I was coming to see what you needed help with.
You didn't pick up the brush?
No, because I couldn't yesterday. I was busy. Tom asked me, and I had to go to Rutland, so I couldn't do it yesterday. So I was like, well, shit, he's home. I'll stop and see what you need help with.
That is super weird.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you had brush and it's gone now?
I had brush and it's gone now, and I don't know what happened.
It wasn't me.
Tom, is it?
Yeah, Tom, he must have done it. I don't know.
I don't know how he managed that, but I'll ask him.
Yeah, because I
That's wild.
was like, well, crap, I got a quick minute. I'll see what Chris needs help with. And
Yeah, that's
'cause
all.
I couldn't do it yesterday, so it's like,
That's all it was. And the funny thing was, whoever did it, I was going to keep some of the wood for firewood.
yeah.
So they
'cause I
took
thought
all
you
of my.
burned firewood,
They took
yeah.
They took all the firewood away as well. Not real firewood, but like
stuff you could have burned.
the stuff that I could have burned.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
okay, that's really weird.
Yeah, no, it wasn't me.
I'm gonna have to find out who that was. Wow.
Yeah. So cool. Yeah, I just figured if you needed it, I'd stop and see what you needed help with. But
Huh?
it's already done.
It is.
Okay.
That is the weirdest crap ever. I'm gonna have to find out who was doing it because that
It's just a mystery. Yeah.
random strange help.
Yeah, Tom had to have arranged it, If
I
he
guess,
didn't do it, then he must have asked somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll
Yeah.
check with him. We'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
luck.
but that's what we were talking about. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was like, I don't see any brush in your
No.
yard, so I was like, well, what's in, I don't know. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, enjoy your day.
Yeah, enjoy your day as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's like the weirdest thing ever. That is a neighbor of mine. I have been under the assumption that I needed to pay that neighbor like $10 because he had done a chore for me. I had a thing going on where I was like, I need to deal with some of my yard stuff, and I had this pile of brush, Yeah. And I was told by Tom, another neighbor, like, oh yeah, Richie there could do this for you, and slide him like $10 or whatever. He'll take all of that brush to the dump for you, no problem. And then I went out and did a little shopping and came back, and all the brush was gone. And I'm like, okay, I guess I owe the dude $10 now. I was going to keep some of that firewood for burning, but oh well, it was all gone. And I was also going to add to the brush pile so that it was bigger and then pay $10 for it. So I was a little put out. Yeah, that's the guy who was supposed to go and remove the brush. It wasn't him. So, like, mysterious helper elves have been patrolling my yard and taking away what they figured was trash. I can only hope they won't feel the same about piles of firewood when I get that in. That would become more distressing. Nobody knew that I was going to be turning some of that brush into firewood. I'd mentioned it to the one guy, but yeah, that's the weirdest thing ever. Now I have $10 I was expecting to give to the guy because he was like, nope, wasn't me. Yeah, the invisible touch, Genesis came and cleared my brush. So, completely distracted now. Let's look at this. I'm going to be using a gain control. That's the output pan and fader. We've also got Beziq. So what that means is we're going to have this same kind of setup, but rather than saying gain, it's going to have to do with EQ settings. I can start working on that now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll figure out what I was calling them. So let me open up the C++ version of it so that I can kind of scan what things are called. And I'll deal with all of this stuff in its due time, figure out what I'm doing with it all. I don't know why it says more discontinuity there. Things are moving around from where they originally were. But yeah, so more, that's going to be TAPAC. We're not running the... Remember on Tuesday when I was showing the difference between Cyber City and Guitar Hall 2, where I played the synthesizer on first a older reverb, which was just very pure and clean sounding. And then I played it on Guitar Hall 2 and it had a nasty sort of distortion. And then I played it on Cyber City and it had a much vibier kind of dirt to it that didn't sound like the nasty distortion. The nasty distortion was in fact discontinuity. And I don't want to run it in the middle of console X3, bus, channel, or anything else. Instead, I want to keep it as strictly just TAPAC. So presumably, this is the one that was not actually being used. If it says unused variable already, I think I can just delete it. But then this is the part that's going to get run inside the smoothing. So what I can do is just where it says gain R out, I can just punch in those values, or maybe high mid, H mid gain, L mid gain, and bass out there. And it won't have right or left, so I can remove those. But I keep the A, B, and C because the smoothing operation uses those. And probably I can call it, well, I mean, I could call it high gain, H mid gain, L mid gain, and a bass gain. It kind of makes sense. I could also make it shorter by calling it just high, H mid, L mid, and bass. What I don't know is whether that will overlap with the overlap with cabs to overlap with the straight up high pass and low pass filters. So let's keep it as high So in theory, I can just edit all of these things to along this pattern. And keeping it with this pattern will mean that all of these controls will then become Bezier smoothed versions of them. And likewise for HMed, I'm trying to have a very strictly consistent pattern. Maybe I should just look and find out whether, like trim, those are part of the frequency. Those are stepped. Those aren't going to be smoothed in this way. Dynamics, well, that could get interesting. It's possible that, see, I've got, this needs to be ratio, not gate, because it's not gate anymore. And that could easily be a smoothed control. That's the dry wet for the compression. You know, maybe threshold could, so Bez res and slow res. Ooh, this is an older version. I feel like this is an older version. This isn't really Dynamics 3 as I'm using it, is it? This isn't stepped. Is Dynamics 3 the most recent? Or is Dynamics 4? Or this is from earlier. So all of this stuff needs to get updated as well. Maybe what I need to do rather than jumping into this is these. These are not current. Bezier Q3, I think that is. But this version of Dynamics, that's not current. And O-freak and H-freak, yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to call it high, H-mid, L-mid, and bass, and then L-freak and H-freak. And then some of this stuff in Dynamics, but I do have to go and do Dynamics separately. So let's see. I can at least get this started. We could keep the capitalization the same as we're doing with gain. That kind of makes sense. I like keeping it as a consistent pattern there, because we're trying to make it so I will know what to do at any given stage. Not necessarily an easy thing. This is called camel case. When you have a new word-like thing in the middle of it, you can tell it's a new word because it has a capital in there. And we'll just go through and do that. And then I've got some work to do. Although the funny thing about it is if I get this all correct, what I can do is paste it into each other version. And that'll save me a little trouble. You can see I don't have to get this done today. This is a lot. This is bringing all of the things in. It's good to be tackling this today, having drank way too many cups of coffee and wearing my dark gray grind really hard socks and just ready to go after it. But all the same, it's just one of those things where I'll see what we get. And yeah, see, a bunch of this stuff doesn't have to run on every buffer. If I have it on, one of the things I would like to demonstrate is that you can do music recording and stuff and not DAW it up too much. And the way that my Bezier control smoothing runs here is such that if it's responding rather slowly, like if it's not trying to snap from setting to setting, so that it'll gently go to what the next smoothness is, which it's kind of already doing even at its middle position. That means it may start at default values, and then it will very smoothly and elegantly move to the new settings, and everything from that point onwards, whether you're live dialing it in, or whether you're doing a mix on the fly using a control surface, or whether you are automating, all of the moves will be completely and perfectly smooth. But if they're smooth in the sense of it's updating like 4 times a second and just doing it very nicely and gently, that might not be able to snap to settings like a DAW would, but it might be very nice and natural sounding. And that also means that you only have to run things like Bez Thresh and the math in there, and then the square root from it every few thousand samples. That's way more efficient than having to run it every time the buffer starts. You could be doing the whole thing with a very slow control update that just, let there be like a second of blank space, and you could have the slowest update that you could possibly want. And then you could, using the advantage of that being the case, you could have the buffer for the DAW be like 16 samples. You could have an unreasonably low latency. And that would help with tracking. Because as long as you have it running, and you could have the controls update like once every 5 seconds if you wanted to go super, super hard. It would only have to come up with its new values very, very rarely. And as long as you had the tape rolling long enough for it to get to where the settings live, it wouldn't actually matter whether it was able to snap to its saved setting instantly upon starting up. But it would be kind of a not specifically DAW-like workflow. It would be a workflow where the idea is you're going to hit record and then run upstairs to the drums, sit down and start playing. Put the headphones on, start playing, and then stop. You're recording across a stretch of time rather than assembling things in little pieces in a DAW. The part that I don't know is if you were to do that and then you edited within the DAW's arrange window and cut out part of the region, would that force the plugin to cut out as well between the two regions? Like, would it start up again from reset, or would it be starting up from where it was previously set, even though there had been a section of silence in the middle of it? And yeah, these are the questions. I don't know the answers to some of these questions. But I have Reaper on this computer now, so I could test them and find out. I just can't test them with the ones that are built with Pamplejuice because it's not supporting Pamplejuice. So let's see. Thresh and ratio are going to be used so I can use that as the word. and then the high passes as well. And this is as many of the controls as I can get. Oop, missed one of the zeros. Or O, rather. It's not a zero at all. It's a lowercase o. Some of the stuff will update a little more often than that, but these things are the ones that get to be smoothed within an inch of their lives. So L-freak and H-freak are the next ones. And then gain doesn't actually even, we're not doing pan and intrim here. We're generating it from pan and fade. And we can actually have these in order of signal flow too. Like that. So L-freak and H-freak, those are our sweepable filters. Oh, that's not where I wanted to do it at all. Oops. Also, shouldn't that be low as its own word? So that should be both capitalized. It's got to make sense for me to be able to make sense of it. You know, technically, I don't actually have to have out as a suffix on these. It could just be the fundamental declaration of it. And when I say fundamental declaration of it, like thing underscore A, B, and C count as distinct names. I can leave out the underscore and leave out the out and just have that be the enum declaring what it ends up becoming. That might be worth doing. I feel like that might be happier. Sums it up as this is the end result of this processing. We can do it like that. And now all those are in blue because those are all the enums declaring everything that will be smoothed. We go up to here and see that it's automatically going to cover all of these, like right from here is how it goes about doing that. But we also see that I have one mistake left in this because I changed a thing. All the rest of this is going to be fine. But this now needs to be amended to say that. But then also where I'm setting them, which is not here. It's up here at the top. Here's where we generate that stuff. This is the stuff that needs to get updated every time. And this is where we produce that final output. There. Now if I was to run this again, it would work. Kalman filter is not necessarily a thing of the past for Airwindows. I'm almost certainly going to revisit it in order to try to make it work better in future. It's not going to be today. I'm playing with the console X3 today. But I will return to Kalman filter. Among other things, I don't think I ever did multiple pole Kalman filters. I think I've only ever done just one pass, and it had to generate its complete effect from there. And I was not doing multiple pole chemical filters, and that is something that could be tried. Right now, we're not actually up to that because we're just fooling with all of this other stuff and working out how we end up incorporating other things into the Bezier control smoothing engine. And I'm thinking about which of these even are going to get involved, because look at that. We've got other things too. I've just included the stuff for our dynamics. I've included the stuff for the filtering, which is going to be shuffled around among the dynamics. But do we have this incorporated for not that, that's the decode. So there's our gain. More tape-hack. And we will not be including, so here's where it gets a little weird. And when I say weird, I mean not necessarily all that weird, but this is now a choice that I have to do. There could eventually be a Stonefire 2, but that would involve me coming up with a Kalman 2 first. So that would have to be a Kalman 2 first before I could do that. So when you look over here, see what we're doing? We've got a the param trim here is establishing what tape-hack is going to be. And then we're running this calculation. And more tape-hack is something that could do with smoothing. More tape-hack has about 18 dB gain on it. And it's starting at 1 and then scales to like roughly 3. So actually that's not even true. That is, what that means is it has between it'll go to 6 dB and a little ways beyond 6 dB. Like if I had this times 3, that would let me go to 12 dB very neatly. And that might even be a fine idea. But this is also the bypass. Like any of this stuff, I might end up having it be different from what it is. But this is the part where it is a 5-position switch, like you'd get in a Stratocaster. And there's going to be a 5-position switch for the EQ positions, which I didn't have in Console X2. And this is why there would be a 5-position switch for like gain staging. Because this is how it like shifts its gain around. Now, what the more tape-hack could do is just be a trimmer for that gain staging. To between the switch positions. Funny thing about you're talking about tag position, tag options, and consolidated. I'm actually currently defining those things in Airwindowpedia. Like consolidated can add categories without Bacon Paul having to do anything. It will read additional categories that I make and automatically include them. It's just a question of how many of those categories do you want to have and do they make any sense? So like what we're talking about there is I could put in a category where it would only ever show you the Bezier plugins. And then once you selected that, you wouldn't be able to pick any of the other ones, which is maybe not that awesome. I'm not sure that's desirable. Possibly it could be. Like if it was that big of a deal that somebody wanted to do, like, I want to select from all the plugins that do the Bezier thing in one way or another. Please only show me those. I'm pretty sure I could just go and do that. But it's such a funny, arbitrary thing to try to do that I'm not sure there is much call for it. You're saying it's interesting. It would be interesting. I don't know whether it would be helpful. And certainly with something like Kelman, it's like, okay, then you'd get Kelman, you'd get Stonefire, you'd get Stonefire Comp, you'd get all of the Console X original version, and that's it. So you'd basically be cutting the options that you had down to where most of the categories would have nothing in them. I don't feel that's the most helpful thing to do, so I'm not necessarily, unless there was a lot more examples of the various things, it seems like it wouldn't be a good way to go. Anyways, let me see some of these things I got to figure out. I'm not sure what I want to do regarding this. Although I can say that I would like to have trim work basically this way. So we can leave that in that way. I'm more or less okay with the idea of that more control. I've got it set up so that rather than simply being a gain stager, the gain stager can be literally just a shift in of bits gain, as you see there, but it doesn't necessarily run the tape hack processing unless you have that on. What I've got it doing is that, but if instead I was to do this, then you've got controls where you're just bringing in the saturation more gently, but that control on its own doesn't necessarily. So there's ups and downs to this. Trim is shift in of bits gain. What it does, and let's undo what I just did there, because you see it's somewhat deceptive. And this applies, I think, to all the versions of Console X. If you have a trim control that's shifting gain in 6.08 dB increments losslessly, that means that if you're doing that, the mantissa of the thing that you're altering is not changing. If you then apply the more control, that's when you start getting into the soft saturation, but you get to switch off the saturation by just having that one at 0. It's on big increments, trim is. Some of this seems to be hanging together fairly well. I could even add more of a boost and just leave the gain trim to be a separate thing. I could also have the gain trim run before the compression. That could very well be a thought, as I'm kind of building them together. So yeah, if we did this, the setting of 0 is no extra gain. And then you turn it up to like 0.33, and that is 6 dB. And then if you maxed it, it would be 12 dB. So you'd have a 12 dB control in there because it's going from ×1 to ×4. And the middle setting, the doing exactly ×2, would be the one that would be harder to reach. And then if you know that you're pegging it, you're getting 12 dB gain into the saturation. So maybe that's a better idea. Because if I have it ×2, then the 0.5 setting gives you 2x or 6 dB. And then the max setting does not give you shifting of bit style calculation. Now, the way this trimming is working is further adjusting that control so that it can continue to be factors, powers of 2. Also, you know what? It's 2:17. I've drank lots of cups of coffee today, and I kind of need to go and do a break before polishing off the remaining stuff here. If we're lucky, we can get one of these things up and running the way that I want it. But for now, what amuses me, I think, would be to... that's not what I want. Let's do one of these classic jams, but let's do it in the form of enjoying the video. So what would be good? Nuke and Pave, Pentagrammatical. Oh, and that's not even the videos. This is the videos. How about... yeah. Pentagrammatical was pretty cool. Allow me to stream my jam, which apparently wasn't one of the ones using the flashy lights. Fair enough. And I will be right back. But this is a little glimpse into the past. This is one of the videos that used to be on the stream, but now it's going to be bonus content for if you buy the album. If I can come up with a way of making that work, because that might actually be more challenging. Or they can just all be available somewhere. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I don't tend to favor doing things with paywalling them, so there's that. I guess if I do well enough, this could all just end up being downloadable in some way. Maybe I'll make it a Patreon thing. Anyways, here's the movies that you may get to just download and see someday. And I think this was me figuring out what to do with them, so maybe how about I skip ahead until it's doing something more interesting.
I no longer need to fire these off of...
oh, there was a post-explain session.
And I'm going to link to all...
oh, and it's Baby Chris without a beard or mustache. Fair enough. Here's what the jam was anyway. I think I can skip ahead far enough to be pretty sure that we're in Jamtown. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this was Airwindows circa about 2020 or thereabouts. About 6 years ago, I was just getting to be about 50. No, I'm going to be getting onto the plugin coding in a moment. Here. We will stop this, and yeah, this is the plugin coding. We're getting this stuff together. And what that does, I think I even maybe have a version of it built. If not, I can do X2. In fact, I know I can do X2 from here. Yeah, we can do a thing like this. And we're making plugins along these lines. And I will be able to show you, if this ran VST3s, the GUI versions of the same thing. Honestly, if you desperately wanted to see it, I could switch over to the main computer and show you quite easily. And the other part of what we're doing is getting all of this stuff up and working. We've got that filter. I need to update the version of Dynamics. And a bunch of these things are going to change around quite a bit. And I'm just figuring out which thing needs to change where and how. As one does. Clearly, that's how that goes. So let's see. Filters, threshold ratio, low pass, high pass, pan and fader. So we got the tape-hack version. And there's going to be a gain staging thing that can probably reasonably go in front of the compressor, because that should make it work pretty good. The compressor can be bypassed by setting it to 1-to-1 ratio is how that would work. And we do have a ratio on the smoothed setting, so there's that. If it gets to the unity gain ratio, then after that goes the gain staging for the saturation, which is going to be straight up tape hack, but without it's not going to be discontinuity this time, because I need to have it be cleaner than what discontinuity will do. Meaning we have a more control, get param more, just like this, that's not going to be working with this gain stage, kparam trim. So we're going to have a separate gain staging control in there. Or, oh no, wait. No, it's not going to be using thresh, so never mind. So more goes after ratio. That's how I've labeled the tape hack. And if we get all of those things running as control smoothing, we can start bringing in the stages of processing and placing them all where they need to go. And then, because the thing about it is I've got this gain trim, and I had been including it with the tape pack boost, because you can switch in and out the tape pack, but you also get to boost into it, which gives you essentially saturation as we know to expect it. Funnily enough, if I do the gain trim separate from tape pack, rather than just using it to modify the intensity of how big of a tape pack there is, then I could set it up so that the compression is very subtle and gentle, but still hits tape pack for distortion. And you'd pad with the gain trim and then crank the heck out of the tape pack, and it would have enough gain to make up for it. Or you could go really loud into the compression and then compress it down and then have the tape pack barely hitting at all. Console H bus and console X2 bus compressor, can it be? It's meant to be. No, those are the same ones that I'm putting out a new version of that is called X2 bus. But H also had the same compressor. And it has always been, console X2 bus compressor is intended to be a master bus compressor because that's literally what it's on. Now, the fact is, what I'm currently doing, I'm liking a little bit better, but I am putting out a upgraded version of that compressor as X2 bus, a standalone X2 bus. And so, if you really wanted to be using logical instead, you can certainly use both, or have it not be engaged. You have the threshold cranked all the way up, it will not engage. Excuse me. And then you could use logic after everything, or logical after everything. But if you engage it, that is meant to be working as its own kind of master bus compressor. If you engage the threshold of the compression, that's what it's meant to be doing, is working as a master bus compressor. And if you turn it down until you hear it actually grunging away, it's probably too far. But increase the threshold of it, and you're also slowing it down, so there should be a sweet spot to get to for adjusting it. And that's the case for both console H and console X2, and the one that's not out yet, which is the slightly updated version that is a standalone bus stage, which incorporates all of that stuff. It even incorporates the post boost into a version of clip only. X2 bus. Here, I'll show you. We're looking at this one right now, so I will show you X2 bus. Might as well do it on the Summit because I don't have anything convenient to test it with. Nor is it in recent plugins, but that's fine. I'll go in search of it. Yeah, so this is the updated version of what's on the console X2 bus. You can have it not doing any compression. You can adjust the filters. Although I believe what this happens to be... Oh no, maybe it's the console X version of that after all. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, this is the smoothie cube. And you can compress so hard that it just flakes out. And fader lets you hit into the clip only 3 this time, or silence it. I'm trying to listen to whether I've got Bezier smoothing in there as well. Probably not. But yeah, that's X2 bus. That's the same, except for updated with current technology, as what's in console X2 and console H, and you can use them as compressor. Glue and Mastering 2 is not like that compressor, no. It is the same as Dark Frequency and Air4. Socialite, you know my stuff. Good for you. Yeah. It's a compressee-like thing, but not really. So tell you what, let's bounce back and forth between some of these options. Here's X3 bus. But we're going to want some of these controls to also be here. So we got smooth added. There's going to be a separate trim and more, so that's fine. I can move trim up to here because it'll happen in front of the dynamics. And there's going to be a separate control similarly to... So the thing that I'm wondering about now is how many of these 5-position switches do I need to have? And there was something I was thinking about that now I can't think about. But I make it, if I don't get it, then oh well, I wonder what it was. If I do get it, then I'll be able to include it. And what I mean specifically, and I've started editing this, but I need to go back and edit the bus version as well. I'm trying to make everything match so that it doesn't confuse me even worse going forward. There's a 5-position switch that is a trim control. And position 2 is unity gain. Then you get lots of boost, and you also get cut, a 6 dB cut, for padding things if you need. Then there's a 5-position switch for the positioning of where the EQs go, because you have 3 stages of EQ, and you can bounce them around to be either in front of or behind the compression and the saturation, or combinations thereof. And that's going to be hugely helpful and will produce really interesting tonal shifts based on where you're doing the boosting and cutting and whatever. It should have a really striking effect. And I'm looking forward to that enormously. But then at the same time, the position for where that switch goes is going to be similar to where the position for the other switch goes, because I'm thinking in terms of handling where all these controls are in the final version of console X3, using Pamplejuice to draw all those controls and things. It looks like I'm going to have to do another graphic control, and it will be in the form of a 6-position switch, or 5 rather, 5 not 6, 5. And that's probably going to mean duplicating probably the horizontal slider and being able to specify that it has tick marks to it, and it will snap to the position of the tick marks. I'm not quite sure how to do that. I'll have to figure it out. That's not a thing for today. For today, I can specify controls and just say, hi, you're an integer control. You go from 0 to 4. Go. And then it will. So that's pretty straightforward. Implementing how the GUI works, most of it I get to keep from previous examples, and then I'm going to need to come up with some of these new variations on it. There's also the question of if I do a new control, do I need to make it tilt like I made the knobs tilt in the layout? Because that's neat, but the sliders don't tilt the way that the knobs did. And you don't have to have that engaged automatically, but it's one of the little quirks I have going on in the Airwindows GUI. There's also other stuff I need to add, like the ability to specify a level setting light where people can see the gain in all the stages of the circuit, because it'll have lights blinking all over it. So basically, if you're distorting going into the compressor, there should be a light that is the input level light, and it'll just blast to fully lit and blinking if you're at that high of a gain level. And if it's a very quiet thing, then it'll be dark, and it will be the default LED color of what you've told it to be, because you get to specify the default LED colors of things. I have not coded a full synth, although it's one of the things I wouldn't mind trying. It's just a little beyond my capabilities at the moment. I can show you a thing in the Finder here, if I work at it. See, here's the VST SDK, which is how I'm building the VSTs when I build VSTs. That's not what I was looking for. I think bin. Nope, that's not what I was looking for either. See, we got auto effect X. I think X might be instrument. Let's quickly have a look at what this is. You build VSTs based on this. See all of this stuff? I never did learn all this stuff. I do the best I can. Don't rightly know what that is. That's a weird example. I've never done this before. Fancy that. They're showing ways of doing things I've never attempted. I guess people usually are able to read this stuff and understand what it means. This is the VST2 SDK, and I'm looking through it for something that I'm not finding. But that was what I was hoping. I was hoping I was gonna be able to look through this and find something. A lot of this is commented out. Honestly, none of this stuff plays a role in what I'm actively doing with the plugin making. It's all being something else. So yeah, that's kind of weird. Samples, eh? What do we got as far as samples? Ah, okay, see, here's what I was looking for. This only existed as a Windows. Using VST, you can define a thing like this and then make a VST2, and it is a synth. See, it says monophonic synth example. Don't use this to do a virtual instrument. I'm like, don't tell me what I can do. But it says how MIDI is handled. So this is very similar to the VST code that I'm familiar with using. And it does these things like get parameter name. I know how to do that. This is like the control surface of things. And H is where it defines basic stuff. I've worked with this before. I've got a template by which I make mine. And then it's got this kind of stuff. Some of these things would basically be working with me simply taking the existing working VST code, but then this also specifies things like note on and note off and init process. So my code has slightly different functionality than that. And there's also audio unit versions of these things. I just don't have it handy. You can make an audio unit test synth as well. Like what I've been talking about If I was to be able to make a synth, it wouldn't be a full synth really. It would be one that just has all of these sliders, just like these, but it would be about coming up with the tone of it, rather than how people usually make a fancy GUI with knobs and flashy things and stuff. I do some of those, mind you, but it would be more along the lines of, can I make a synth that is like a cool sounding voice that handle like using my filters and things in it. So if you were to do the synth proc, you would be using same basic technology as is in the VSD2 for audio effects. And you've got process. So what I would be doing is I'd be doing process, and I'd be doing the process double because I do versions for 64-bit float. And this is basically the way that does its thing. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Init process means this is how it starts to set up its variables and things. Whatever it is that this is doing, it's doing it. But then you've got process replacing. So this is the loop that puts the audio into the output. Process replacing does. And I'd be also including a process double replacing for mine, because when you do that, you got double for inputs and outputs. And double replacing is what Reaper calls if you ask it to. Oh no, I would be talking about just making a slider one. And a lot of my stuff already does analog emulation, which is not to say that that's what I would automatically do. I'm not you must understand, me doing these plugins and doing this kind of stuff, I am downright deeply inspired by the goodness of analog tones. I'm often working with that kind of stuff. I have a bunch of analog gear. I have guitars and basses and drums and microphones and things like that, and I get the most out of those. But when I'm working in digital, what I'm looking to do is optimize that. So recent plugins that I've made, like for instance, Suzanne and Toro, those are neat sounding filters, but they're not designed to be analog model filters. They're designed to be getting the best that I can out of digital filtration style filters. That means that's not analog emulation anymore. That's getting a particular color of sound with the cleanest and most efficient possible extremely high resolution mathematical calculations. Completely separate thing from serious analog emulation. You got stuff like Cytomic that does that really well. But serious analog emulation can very easily be way more calculation, but they're doing it all in floats because they think they can. And it gets you a different kind of sound. It'll get you like a more carefully worked out emulation style behavior of things, but if you're doing it all in floats, it can be a little bit too flat. And it's all a balance of these things. What I like doing in digital calculations is keeping them to a minimum and using the things where, like if you do gain shifting through powers of 2, you're doing gain shifting that never recalculates the mantissa of the values you're using, meaning it cannot possibly quantize, because the data is actually exactly the same. You've just shifted up by a factor of 6 dB. Like 6 dB steps, you can go up or down infinitely and back again. Not really infinitely, but you can change stuff very radically. And as long as you've only changed that and you're just manipulating the exponent of the floating point number, not only does it not lose any tone, but it is also, you can put it right back again as long as you've never violated the exponent of any of the sub things in there, because the separate sounds, the waveforms, they're all going to have a mantissa, but they're all going to have very different exponents. And if you don't block any of the exponents out, any gain shift that you make, no matter how extreme, can be put back again losslessly. And that does certainly qualify for crystalline, pristine tones, but you can also get crystalline, pristine, unbrittle tones, where you have all the original texture of the sound, because the processing you're applying is literally lossless. And yeah. So yeah, we're looking at VST X Synth Proc. Here's the processor plating. This is where the audio part works. And we're manipulating note is on. We're manipulating current note, which is some kind of lookup table for these, which it doesn't have to be, but it happens to be. And selecting between different kinds of sound. And we've got a simple primitive wave generator there. So this is this person saying, don't use this for serious projects. Well, one of the things that I do is I've made stuff using teensies, like radio music modules and chord organ modules, which are the same thing, really. And you don't have to do non-band limited waveforms as long as you run at about 300K. It's that simple. Doesn't have to be very hard. Hey, Remy. Doing all right. And then here's process events. So this is what you do when you're getting MIDI stuff coming in. And it's going to go through and deal with these. These are not in my currently existing plugins. So one of the things that I could do in order to try to get this stuff up and running is take an existing VST plugin and try to paste some of these functions into the VST plugin and see whether I can manipulate any of the things in the VST with MIDI coming in. See, there's a note on. And this is one of the things that programmers often do, which I don't really like very much, but what are you going to do? They like busting things out into separate functions all the time. So you have a special note on that you're supposed to call, and it supplies the note and the velocity, whatever delta means. And all it does is instantiates these things. But these could be running around in process events or in process replacing, which is where the audio stuff runs. Like, I don't know to what extent, does it wait between buffers to get new MIDI notes in? And one of the funny things about all this is once you're doing this kind of thing, and you got okay, here's the VST. There's a similar thing like that for audio units. If I can track down the dev kits for some of the old audio unit development kits, some of those also have simple MIDI synthesizer things built in. What I don't really know is whether they have. So we'll find out by opening this up, and then let's have a look. What I don't really know is if we go here and then go to Apple, there is a plugin called AU SignSynth. I don't appear to have it here, but you can build one as part of the audio unit standard development kit. And that's a MIDI synthesizer. It's a MIDI synthesizer that just does a mono sine wave, and that's all it does. And you're supposed to go from there. So if you had that, and then you had a VST version that was also a MIDI synthesizer that only produced a sine wave, that is a starter for being able to start doing synths with just the sliders, just like that. Nobody's ever helped me do these things. Also, AU Pitch doesn't do that. AU Pitch is a pitch shifter. And these parameters have to do with the way that it's doing the pitch shifting, because it's doing the pitch shifting in a way that involves like running multiple little crossfades on things. Yeah, so this is the AU pitch. This is like the demo audio unit. Probably there's source code for it in the dev kit. So again, render quality, that's going to be the amount of latency that there is in it. And as you can hear, we can get a nasty side effect because that grindy noise, that would be sort of the base cycle speed. The whole thing is going to have a bit of a delay. And you can set it up to be very wonky and strange. Seems like they're going for a sort of middle setting. So this is also going to blur the sound out. We're not actually hearing any transients here. And now we're hearing the cycling even more aggressively. This is the speed of the loop. We can drop it real low, and then it's just unpleasant. This should be size of the buffer. Yeah, see, it's a lot slower here. What's happening is we're swooping stuff across the audio as it's coming in over a buffer that can be small or large. This is a very small buffer. Bigger, so it's doing it slower. Bigger still. And then biggest. And it is sort of crossfading between multiple different passes over the same thing. Honestly, it's not half bad. But it will give you a sort of blurry quality. So that would be dry. You can hear kind of the texture, and then it's going to inevitably sound a little more chorusy and fuzzed out. It's not quite the same texture anymore. So a little more blurred because it's blurs. It's like multiple passes through the buffer overlaid on top of each other so that you don't hear the seam. And yeah, that's how that works. I have a other plugin which does the same type of thing as that, seeing as we did not find the sine synth, the Apple sine synth, and that's okay. Ooh, look, we have FM8 here too. Or actually, that is nothing but the FX version of that. Back in the day, I had some Native Instrument stuff. But yeah, along the lines of fooling with buffers, I've got this for fooling with buffers. So this is the same kind of buffer thing, but seamless splices. And tightness can make it switch over more aggressively. or allow for more space to do the switching in. And it's doing the same thing but with more edge to it than the Apple version. So if we set it to that, here's dry. And then we can make it seamlessly do an octave down or an octave up. But it's got that kind of warbly thing. And you get more texture out of it this way. But wait, there's more, because we can also do shimmer reverb style behaviors. Glitch shifter. So that's what I did instead of the other one. But wait, there's even more, because this is just only doing exact octaves. We don't have to do exact octaves. And we can do maximum feedback too. Piano effect of detuning the harmonics. And yeah, we get all that going on. Or indeed we can be boring and just do 0. So you already have that. That's one of the plugins that's already out. If that sounded cool, go ahead and play with it yourself and have fun. This is the kind of stuff I'd have to look up if I wanted to do a synth in both VST and audio unit. That's not happening right now, but I'm just saying that's what I'd have to do in order to get that going. And the funny thing about it is if there's a better way of doing any of those things, like watching for MIDI events in the middle of the process section or something like that, Claude wouldn't be able to help you there because all of the AI coding stuff, firstly, is working on much newer versions of things, so it doesn't really necessarily have access to that stuff or really know what to make of it. And secondly, if there are ways that Steinberg intended to have that working, and there are other interesting ways that could work where that's not what people normally did, none of the AI would know what the non-normal things were. So yeah, there are many things that can be done. Speaking of which, fresh ratio more. So we're going to kind of go through and sort out some of these things to do. I think I was doing this kind of out of sequence, but that's okay. We'll get there. And I know one of the things I was thinking of was, are there 3 5-position switches in this or only 2? And I now remember what it was that the additional switch could be. Because you see, the low pass and high pass are basically like angle EQ. They're a form of filter that I devised that is out there in a bunch of my plugins, and it's what I'm using for pointy guitar. But all of these ones previously built into console have been using essentially, let's see, scroll down here, scroll up here. See where it says the low pass and the high pass? I'll go up a little bit more. Where it says 23 and 15, those are like not delay positions. Those are each poles of a filter. The way that the low pass and high pass work is it's doing a very simple filtering operation. That's the angle filter. But it's doing it 23 times in a row or 15 times in a row. Happens to be that the high pass has more poles in it than the low pass does. And what's out there in all of the other console X's is a version where it automatically, if you have it engaged, it can be bypassed. You don't have to be using it. But if you do use it, it's immediately like 23 poles. Just boom, from that point onwards. But we're doing these 6-position switches, and you could have a 5-position switches rather. What am I talking about? You could have a switch for how many poles of filtering you wanted on those. If you did, there's a number of possibilities. One of the possibilities is like 1 through 6 poles. So you could have it be very gentle. It would just be like a softener, or the high pass would be working along the lines of just lightening the bass a small amount. That would work. That would be effective. You could, rather than having it be as steep as it is and the phase shifting that it does, it could be the most delicate of delicate things. That said, the difference between like 23 poles and just 6 means that it wouldn't be able to get as steep. But if you had a 5-position switch, one of the things that you could do is just kind of ramp it so that it's always doing, say, the square of the number. So if you did 1 through 6, what you'd be dealing with is a filter that was 1 pole, or 4 poles would be the next one. 9 poles, 16, 25, or 36 poles. And that would give you a nice little stepping through the steepness of the filters. I'd probably have them be the same steepness for high pass and low pass, like the same number of poles. This would also be another stepped filter. But yeah, we don't have to simply use this preset number. I can put that number on a control. Which means that then I have to decide, like, well, if we have this little bank of sliders, I can make a little bank of sliders that could be the little horizontal sliders or whatever. And they can be 5-position switches. It's tempting to be like, well, if they're Strat-style 5-position switches, I should literally make it look like a Strat switch. If it's pointing straight up, it's like a little round thing. If it's pointing to the sides, it's a cone pointing in that direction. That's not that hard to do. It's possible. And then it would be specifying things about how all this works. So there would be a trim switch, and the trim switch would be a particular default setting. There would be how the main EQ is distributed switch, and then there would be steepness of the low pass and high pass switch. And what that comes along with is naming it appropriately. Like trim's easy. Trim is a volume trim, so that can be just literally right there. We could have a bank of 3 switches in this position that's showing up under the EQ, but over a dynamics and saturation. And so it's dynamics, it's saturation, and then it's the filters. If we did that, and note how I'm sticking to like 7 letters or less, that's a VST-ism, and I just kind of run with it. So I feel like the gain, trim, maybe that could be the final one here. Filter, it's like the filter position. But all of these things are filters in one way or another. It's whether the low pass and high pass filters are steep versus where do the Bezier filters go. And I know exactly how all these things would be implemented. Plus also I can like copy and paste these things to make them all match if I get to that point. There's no reason I can't. We can have all these things open and look at them and see that we've got all of the same basic stuff showing. So they're all going to end up matching. Here's my names, and then here's the rest of this. So I'm currently doing that kind of here. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. So middle position is 2. 1 for trim is unity gain, so we're saying the default value of that is there. And then if we duplicate that as well, then we get to have where that goes. I feel like I could do this with the one on top being the one for the BezEQ and the one at the very bottom being the one for the high pass and low pass. Again, the thing I'm facing here is I'm trying to come up with 7-letter words to fully describe all of these things. So that's challenging. But then also 3-letter abbreviations for literally the same thing. If it works, though, it'll be great. It's all pretty straightforward. I know I've named these things EQ and filter. Filter means the low pass and high pass. EQ means the 4-band EQ. So we could go EQ position. And is it in front of the dynamics or is it after the dynamics? Trim is gain. So that's and it's going in front of the dynamics, so that's actually fine the way it is. Because bearing in mind, this is all ending up being either a standalone plugin, which is just a pile of sliders, or it's going into a almost like 3D rendered practically. You can tilt the layout of it. It's going into a Pamplejuice-based, GUI-based Airwindows console version with built-in meters and stuff, in which you can reflow it to be a completely vertical layout or a completely horizontal layout or anything in between. So if it's a vertical layout, it acts the same as the sliders. It's going to be the same sequence as the sliders. And all the other layouts, I just come up with different ways to position the various blocks of controls, because the controls tend to be set up in little blocks. Like it's going to be level and frequency for the filter bands and stuff like that. And generally I just assign it to a control surface anyway, so it's all to the good. So EQ position feels to me good for where the EQ stages go around distortion and compression, because that's the whole point. And so that seems legit. I'm cool with trim. Filter, on the other hand, can I do another 2-word thing here? Because it's this steepness and or resonance. We could call it res. It's not really resonance. It doesn't actually make it become a resonant filter. That's a good reason to not literally use that. It's also not really Q, but it's doing kind of the same job. It's also the same basic concept as, or it's literally poles. But that's too close to position, pause, so we can't use that. That's 7 letters. But it does make you wonder whether that applies to the EQ, so that's no good. I could call it pass Q. How about that? And that's even about the same number of letters in there. So that's not bad. If I tried to do low pass or high pass, okay, so we probably got enough letters to do so EQ position is one thing. Low pass, high pass Q uses the 7 letters I have available in default VST2, which is plenty of standalone VST plugins have used more letters than this. This is what the default developer kit lets you have. I'm basically just using a setting that is the built-in number for how many letters you get to have. I'm doing what Steinberg says you can do. They themselves break their own rules, but what I've always done is I make the VST2s and I build them the way Steinberg says you should. I feel like maybe this is my answer. That's a unique sequence of letters, so we can do that. So it's low pass, high pass, Q. And then the rest of it is just taking the variables, setting this up, EQ position, and LHQ, and then trim. There, and now we've added two controls. We can end up with a little bank of sliders that are for controlling these various things. People might not know what they do, and that would be why you'd leave it set to what it was. I can even have them be set to different things, like I'm honestly not sure what the best default EQ position would be. Let's say the default EQ position would be 2, and the LHQ would be 3, and the default position for trim would be 1. So it would be like because EQ position of 2 would be a stage before the filter, a stage before the compression, a stage between the compression and the saturation, and then a stage after the saturation. That might be pretty elegant. Like if I got this all built up today, we get to play with it and find out. That might be too much to ask. Some of these things are big enough that it's going to take me longer. But this is what I got to do in order to get through this stuff. I maybe could do with more comments. Like, as long as I'm inventing this, all of these things will go from 0 to 4. I'll leave it like that on the param, and they're all meaning different things. Maybe what that means is they're all 5-position switches. So I'll have that comment there for saying that, and then up here I describe what they do. So the whole purpose of EQ position is, where do we put it? Do we put it in front of the saturation? Do we put it behind? How do we go about doing that? Because it's going to have big results on how things work. Then, low high Q, that's going to be one pole, 4, which is 2 times 2. 9 is 3 times 3. 16. Am I getting the? I think I'm getting this right. Yeah, 16 is 4 times 4. And it looks like it maxes out at 25, so I don't actually go all the way up to 36. So this basically gets up to the same level of density as the previous ones, but then we get to actually pick them. And that'll be cool, like that. And then lastly, trim. -6, 0, 6, 12, 18. So that's what those do. And so that's sitting there. Once I have everything built up, if I need to look at what those things do, it gives me a bit of a clue as to what I was on about. And thus we carry on. And this one's going to be, firstly, a continuous value. I'm just glad that I remembered what the final 5-position switch was. The final 5-position switch was number of poles. And we get to do more interesting numbers than just 1 through 6. We get to scale up to the steepness available in the current version, but also have some other options in there. Because honestly, I think it's very likely that using like the finest degree, when I say finest degree, I don't mean finest degree. When I say finest degree, what I mean is people are going to want to use only one stage of this filter. It might not make a really exaggerated result, but still people are going to want to use it. I think I even have that in one of my plugins. Let me go and find it. Like, let's load this up. So what we've currently got, and it's not going to be in any of my most recent drawn ones, but that's fine because I can look it up here. We've currently got this. Gives a guitar ampy kind of sound to it. And you can have a brighter sound. And we've got that. We've got that in all the previous, like console H and console X2 and so on. That's completely fine. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm not quite sure what the rest of these things do. We've got some kind of compensation going on in here. I bet it's not that. This is sort of the basis for what I made out of the... So it's something kind of like this. This sounds kind of like what I was doing in those. But you'll be able to do that. But then also this. Much softer. And that's a much subtler way of rolling off highs that way. See, you can still hear a little bit of the highs. But then as soon as you start ramping up the poles with this switch I'm going to add, it'll go between this kind of soft tone, one that's a little sharper, and the much more extremely sharper version. And that's what I'm looking to add to all of these. We've got a new control in town. And the new control is going to let you change both the high pass and the low pass to have that very distinct shifting in steepness rather than just having it be only a steep resonant kind of filter. And it's all a little bank of switches. And then this control gets to be either not a boost, it doesn't have a cut the sound off entirely, It's just either no boost or full boost. And if you have no boost, you're bypassing tapehack because it needs to be able to bypass tapehack. And then let's see. So if it was going from 1 to 2, that's 6 dB. But it'll be going from 1x to 4x, and that's 12, if I'm not mistaken. So that's what more does. I'm doing all of this and I still haven't updated all of the plugins built into this. Like there's an older version of Dynamics 3 that's in here that doesn't exist anymore in practical terms. I have updated it beyond what I thought was possible like a couple of weeks ago. And I haven't yet made the changes in this to account for all the most current versions of everything. So it all kind of has to go in its own directions. Like I had to do this because I know these are using the component parts they need, but now they all have the Bezier control smoothing, and we've got all this other stuff going on, and it will be awesome. It's definitely going to be awesome, but we'll see. Also, it gives you the possibility to do all manner of crazy voicing of different kinds of sounds. Like you could be using the filters entirely before the saturation and entirely before the compression. You can compress really hard and then saturate even harder, and then use the low pass and high pass to filter off after that. The variations in this should be pretty effective. But yeah, so that's what's facing me today, is getting all of this sorted. And I'm now wondering whether maybe having a smoothing filter also be a 5-position switch. What do you think? Then I could have a bank of 4 switches. Wouldn't that be fun? The 4 switches of controlling all the other stuff that shows up, and it would be just this one little block handling that stuff. If I did that, how many blocks would I have, though? Every time I do this, I draw the stuff out in little cards, and the cards represent a module of things that it's going to get reflowed with the GUI when the GUI finally does its thing. So technically what I'm looking for is numbers of blocks that can be reflowed into different stacks. Granted, purely vertical and purely horizontal is always 1 by 1. What that means is if I had exactly 16 blocks to work with, that is a neat 4x4 and can also get reflowed in various different directions. If I have exactly 9 blocks to work with, that's a neat 3x3 and it gets reflowed into different ways. I think in the most recent one I had something like 12, so it was a 3x4 set, which is good in its own way because it meant that there were 2 closely matched, almost square layouts. And it became a matter of like, if you're doing 4x4, then you run the EQs along the top and then you have another set to do, and you make things lay out in a way that are reasonable. But it all depends upon how this kind of stuff works. And I've got a block of 4 so let's think this out a little bit out loud, because I got to think all of these things out in order to be able to start doing them. We are looking at high, mid, low, mid, and bass in filters. That's a set of 4 blocks. You could say I've got threshold, attack, release, and ratio as 4 things, but those are not 4 separate controls. Those are one block of 4 sliders, because that's how I've had them laid out. And that's on my control surface, that's how they're laid out. So I like having stuff kind of track to what I'm doing with them. I wonder whether something's gone wrong with my stream somehow. Maybe it's the time in the afternoon when everybody's wandering off. It's no biggie. I'll continue to do this regardless. I'm just saying, it's like, for a while there were like 20 people hanging out, and now it's down to 7. Maybe they'll come back. We'll see. I'll do it regardless, so it doesn't matter. So each of these are separate blocks. The filter part is part of the individual block, so that's 4 from here. Then this is a block. This is a block. Low pass, high pass is a block, and pan and fader is a block. So now I'm basically just thinking, like, how would I want to lay this kind of stuff out? Because things matter and mean things. And if I can have a vision of how I expect it to go, that'll guide me through the rest of this. I'll have a sense of how things are supposed to work. So I know I have my 4 little sliders for threshold, attack, release, and ratio. You'll be getting those soon enough in the form of the plugin Dynamics 3. Dynamics 3 came out really good. Not only did I clean up the way the compressor worked a lot and brought in the ratio thing rather than the gate never really worked, so I ignored it and I've left it off now. You can run a separate gate for that kind of thing. But then I also added another tweak which made it act more like a variable ratio compressor, and that kind of brought it to the final stage of what I wanted to get out of it. And that's a 4 slider control. So what I'm wondering, seeing as I'm going to be coming up with entirely new layouts, I've got this stuff going on with the switches. Well, the way this is laid out, I've got 4 blocks there. I can do 1 block for these various controls of various things. I can do, so that's another. Then 1 block, which is a set of sliders for the dynamics. So hang on. Don't mind me confusing myself to no good result. I'm thinking with this, that's all the switches and stuff. What if I had a... See, and it's also got me wondering to what extent would I want to have things vary more. Like, because again, like I said, I got to think all of this stuff out in advance. I'm also thinking of how my control surface is laid out, although that's less and less relevant. Like, it's relevant to what I'm trying to do, but as far as how people are going to actually use this stuff, nobody's going to have my control surface. It's just my control surface. It's the one that I got from Yeltex, and it's available, but I'd be a little surprised if other people had it, especially how expensive it is. Getting a really big control surface from those guys can be kind of a lot, and the coolness factor of it all is extraordinary, but it's kind of a lot. So in terms of design around blocks and units and things like this. What I'm basically thinking about is, in what ways are these parameters breaking down into functional chunks that can be immediately recognizable on looking at them, because they're going to form into these things like the treble, high mid, low mid, and bass form into chunks where the large knob is level and the small knob is the frequency. And I'll be assigning these to joysticks, but other people don't have joysticks. But I'm going to want it to be recognizable. So they'll be like in a row and arranged in a certain way. If I'm not mistaken, the way that stuff goes is bass, low mids, highs from left to right. And that makes a set of like 4 controls. Then, if everything else is sort of busted down into smaller sets of controls, we've got the same type of layout for a large knob and a small knob that can be the fader and also the pan. That works. I'm already using that. But I've got my set of horizontal sliders for the dynamics because I feel that's recognizable. But also I've got a set of 4 sliders on the control surface, and so that works fairly well for me. It's like, okay, threshold, attack, release, and ratio. And if you wanted to do the most extreme form of the compression, you drop threshold down and push ratio up. And then going to the opposite is not doing the dynamics. But then what if... Okay, so here's where I'm going to switch back to this and fire up my existing plugins so that I can see what I'm getting. Doesn't matter what I load up, it could even be this. But then if I open up, like console X2 channel, this is what I'm talking about. These are the decisions I'm trying to make. These controls, I can select the guitar section so it can make a noise. It's going to be actually a little, maybe I don't want to do that. We'll silence it using the fader. So we got these various things. We've got a pan and a fader. We know how to do that. Although honestly, no, actually that's not bad. That's fine. I currently have trim and more living over here, and clearly we've got a whole bunch of settings there. So let's take those away. What I'm looking to do is have a bank of controls that operate as stepped controls, where it will snap to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's going to be names underneath them just like this. My compression lives here. This is the old version of it, but there's going to be a compression that lives there, so there will be lights that go on relative to how that works. This version of it had gate lights and things that engaged in that way. The attack and release didn't really do anything useful, but they had lights too. At one point I had a light for what the pan was, but I changed that. And then fader is actually fairly difficult to set up, but I made it so that if you use Airwindows, it operates fader for you conveniently. But then we've got it like that, right? So what I'm shooting for is, can I do a bank of 5 sliders And would that be at all reasonable? Like, can you see what the names are for them? Vertical sliders, you can't really see what the names are. The switching thing that I'm thinking about, that might actually be a little tricky as well. I'm usually more or less okay with having the names kind of hide. But the way our layout works, it does stuff like this, where everything can be vertically stacked like that. At which point, say, if I had the compression here, and then the switches directly next to them, that would kind of get in the way. The slider for pan is okay, but I also, having the pan be this layout is also pretty good. They end up being the same size anyway. And then it can also be laid out like this. And it's a question of, like, how do I arrange it so that it makes sense doing this stuff? And again, what we've got in console X2 right now is we've got this style of control. This is for the faders. I can also use that for fader and pan. For X2, I'm doing a slider pan. I might not want to keep that. I might want it to be a knob pan like this one, because I like the look of these knobs. They're cool. High pass and low pass can definitely be the two knobs like that. Although if I'm tricky, I can have them be the same size or have the large knob be on the top or whatever. And then what I'm talking about is having a bank of switches effectively. So what I want to do that in such a way that, like, trims a switch, and then you have these other switches, because trim is a switch. It's not snapping to individual settings, but there are only 5 settings on this trim control. It just isn't showing you that. It's not drawing like tick marks to the side, and it's not snapping it to the positions, but I could, with a bit of work, subclass it. Technically, I don't subclass. I just make another version starting from the original one, and then it's a separate thing. So subclassing is a object-oriented programming thing, which I never do. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. 4 things. We've got fader and pan. That could be the same layout as this. We've got low pass and high pass. That could be the same layout as this, but I also have a method for, see, the original one goes way harder and is much messier, and nobody could ever deal with this one. But in this one, I have my fader and pan being just knobs. Also, you'll notice I have a little texture on these, but don't mind that. And we've got Stonefire using this layout, but with these ones, it's using like the SSL style, frequency, Q, and level built into it. So it has this layout, which I still have available anytime I want to use it in the original Console X, and it's a 3-knob layout with these ones on the top. And then this compression stuff is a 4-control thing, but the threshold is a slider, and I don't think it does the lighty up thing with those. And then attack, release, and ratio, well, those are knobs this time. And then there's a separate version for gates. So there's like a fire gate and compressor that are separate, and none of the things work as well as they should, but I had all that going on. So it's like, what would be better? To design it in such a way that I've got my 2-knob thing for these frequency bands, but then maybe the dynamic system operates like this, where there is a slider for threshold that goes this way to threshold it, but then these things maybe are the little bitty knobs. The little bitty knobs are kind of cute. They're great. Like, you can make a micro-sized version of the plugin, and especially if you are using the radial setting, you can see that I'm actually controlling the little bitty knob even though it's that small. You can't read the letters on it, mind you, but this is what we can do with this kind of thing. And it's on me to figure out like what's actually the best way of going about this stuff. You know, I could literally filch this layout with the threshold, and I could have the threshold laid up for compression. And then the ratio, the fact that I have a set of sliders on the control surface doesn't mean anything if it's cooler to have it as the bank of little 3 knobs. They're kind of cool. And I would probably want the, and see, it forms into different shapes based on how you've got it laid out. This is one where you can do since there's so damn many controls on the original Console X, you can do a layout of 4 across, and you see the EQs up in the top, or 3 across, and now the EQs are going vertically because they're a bank of 4. I never got drawing embossed lines between the sets of controls, but that was another possibility to do. And it's very much a question of how do we arrange some of these things? What goes where? Like in this one, low pass and high pass are a 3 setting thing. So there's an extra knob that's in this corner. That could be the switch, but it's set up to act and look like a knob. I've even got a little color code in there for it, so that if you use a wildly different size, you know where to look for it. And then, yeah, it's all arranged in different ways based on how the controls have flowed. But it's always trying to do a logical thing, even though the number of knobs in the original Console X is completely overwhelming and unreasonable. But the way that they flow so that you can make sense of them is a lot more reasonable. Yeah, like if I was to do this over again and have the compressor section be those 4 things, I could have the threshold be the slider and have it be over, like attack release ratio in that order. And then it would be a little bank with smaller knobs and stuff that you could fool with and get it to do this stuff. You know, your fastest possible settings, like ratio, you have to turn it up to hear the compressor. Turn it down and it's 1:1. Threshold, you have to pull it this way in order to engage the compressor. But it's all about figuring out what is going to feel natural, what's going to work nicely. I'm wondering whether maybe I should be noting some of these things down on a handy piece of paper, like this handy piece of paper. So yeah, threshold and then 3 knobs, but 3 knobs below a threshold. Might just be a more pleasing way of arranging it. Even though I have literal sliders. And then the remaining thing is to bounce back to coding stream here. Well, I can have these banks of these things, but arranging them in a useful way would be good. And I've arranged things in a useful way with Console H, etc. There's just a lot to it. Again, I'm just going to remind you that if we're doing like console X2 or whatever, like I can have most of this arranged pretty much like that. It can look basically like that. I'm not certain that I would want the smaller frequency knobs to be up top, but it's fine. It's whatever. And then I'm going to have my low pass and high pass, and those can be like that, or they can be the same size, and I'll just figure out a place to put them. I could have the fader and pan be like this with the smaller knob for a pan, because their knobs are pretty, or it can continue to be this slider. The reason I originally did the slider was because I wanted it to light up for red for right and left would be green, and then I discovered that that was the opposite of what boating uses, and so I'm like, oh god, I can't figure any of this stuff out. Let me just take it back out again, and now they don't light up. But again, the compressor has 4 controls, but do they have to be sliders? Or could there be like a slider for that, and then the 3 knobs, like in the original Console X? Because you could drop threshold with the slider, and then the other controls do other things. Or alternately, they could be a bank of 3 sliders like this, because the idea is designing something like this, you need to be able to spot what a thing is and does immediately upon looking at it. And be able to arrange it in a way that's like nice and feels good when you reflow it like this. So now things are in a different place, but it's supposed to still essentially work doing this kind of thing. Like you can still manipulate this or that or the other. And then on top of that, you want to be able to have stuff basically make sense. So if you had your compressor and then 3 little knobs, well, maybe that doesn't fill up the area as well as having the 4 sliders like that. Or if it's laid out like this and you got a lot of range of motion for manipulating the sliders, but knobs would be about this big. So maybe that wouldn't be as convenient or as easy to see. And then having the knobs take up the space in the way that they're doing, where you squish them vertically, the knobs get smaller and the horizontal sliders still have lots of travel. If I use horizontal sliders for the switches, there's a variety of ways of going about that, such as, do we have a bank of 5 switches or 4 switches vertically? Is that a thing that seems good? Could it be like a knob, but it's a chicken head knob, so it has a pointy part that sticks out and then it snaps to particular settings? So it would be kind of like talk, 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 and those are your only options? Do you arrange it in such a way where, like, here's your top bank, those are your EQs. We can see that they can be like moved around and repositioned, so it's always pretty reachable. You can see where the EQs are and where to reach for. You can have the fader being a comparable size. I've actually got the option of running a single control. In fact, hang on, I think I can even demonstrate that. I think I've got that in one of the settings. So VST3 effects, console X2 pre. Yeah. X2 pre doesn't have a pan control. X2 pre, the fader is big. But then that's not to say I couldn't always have the fader be there and then just have the pan be somewhere else. I'm currently looking at this and going, I could fit more horizontal sliders into a visual area. Button with 5 LEDs. But I don't have a purpose for those 5 LEDs. See, I do like the idea of having there be a one knob fader. The downside to that, although I like having the one large knob for that, technically they're sliders people normally use. The downside to that is that I currently have fader working in such a way that most of the time it's hanging around down here. Like, I don't really have many situations where I turn the fader all the way up. I could be rescaling that, honestly, in the upcoming version, where if you weren't doing these things with it, you'd kind of tend to have your faders always cranked. And then maybe using trim to boost gain for tracks that were on the quiet side. And that would give you more visual range for being able to set it appropriately. I like having the one big knob, and I like having the one big knob be volume. But the thing I'm thinking about and getting stuck on, also, hang on a moment. Tell you what. I gotta thaw out my taco food, so I'm going to be right back after this. Here's Console X2 Pre. Set to neutral, and then it's gonna take forever to get going. Oh, no, we're fine. And this is the one where you get more settings over it. And see, you have to turn fader down so far to get any action out of it, so I need to readjust that. But that's what we got for the moment. The heck with it, let's not have that. Back in a moment. Right. I'm back, and we're still thinking about the interface of all of this, because I'm going to be going through and making console X3 with all of these new features and functionalities and stuff, and it's going to be time to figure out what to do with it all. Yeah, some of it is about taking up space, but taking up space in an interesting way. So, oh hey, Aurora Trooper, I was just away getting my taco stuff ready. Boy, does the new compressor work better than this. Yeah, I need to do this work. I'm needing to do this work. Get this stuff upgraded. Oh well. It is what it is. Fair enough. Clean up the entire house for dreading finishing a song. Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at with some of these things. Derping around, not wanting to come to grips with the grunge of the coding. But this is important because this is what people see, including me. I'll be working with these things, and because I want to see what the meter is telling me, I'll be seeing this stuff too. It's all very well making stuff sound wonderful, but it's also neat being able to make it look in a way that's appealing. Okay, so bank of 4-tone controls, that's probably good. One of my thoughts is using the doing something with pan. What is a fair question, but doing something with pan. Yeah, so, and I keep getting stuck on this, but it's like, I can have more high pass and low pass in their own little section. Makes it kind of the voicing of things sounding amp-like and weird section. When I say that, what I mean is back to Console X channel. So this is what I'm talking about. In fact, you can see it here. In this case, I've got it set up so that low pass is giant and high pass and top dB, which is not the same thing as overdrive. Close, but not. These are smaller, but I have this particular layout, like the way that these three are together, is something that's very accessible for me. I could totally do it. For that matter, I could also have a pan be in there, but so that would have in these banks the large knob be the more knob, which is tapeback. And that kind of fits with tapeback being an important control for people. I would be wanting to have pan somewhere. And I'm just thinking about how messy this will get when it gets all scrambled up and then people start resizing it and it does this, right? Like people are resizing it and next thing you know, everything's in a different place and I have to have it be recognizable. So I'm going to grab another little piece of paper. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of this. So the EQs will be, I'm speculating about whether it would be good for the EQs to be the same arrangement that you see here, like fire air, but with the larger one being up top and then the frequency adjust being down on the bottom. But currently I've got it in a different way. In fact, as long as we're staring at this, let's stare at both of these at the same time with the magic of effect stacks. If we do that, we can totally look at both of these things at once. Or arrange them as we see fit. Yeah, so maybe what I'm doing with the console X stuff is fine. You can move over. So I'm digging the single fader. I'm feeling like maybe that's something that I want to keep, is the single fader arrangement, and then if we have a pan, it just lives somewhere else. I'm kind of digging the way these are arranged with the level is there, and then there is these, and if I keep it this way, I don't have to change that for the current version. So there's our EQs right there. So the thing I was speculating about was, okay, so fader, yes. The thing next to fader could be that final drive stage, which would be kind of like this, right? In fact, let's resize this guy too, so that they're somewhat comparable. You can see my tilting factor is going on in this. And then there could be more as this other large knob, and then like high pass and low pass, and they could be like this. So cutting out the lows to high pass would go like that, and then rolling the lows off would go like that. So those are some more possible blocks. Those are blocks. And the fader could be a block. And then that bank of 3 and then the low pass, high pass, and more can be there. I've already got that as a layout, so that'll work. Not only that, it's arranged slightly differently than the way the EQs are arranged, whereas the large knob is down in the bottom, and that makes it easier to tell the things apart. And that's interesting to me. That's something that I would kind of like. Then as we go onwards, also note that I changed the design of the sliders. The thresholds and these other controls Console X has a bunch of dumb space all through it. It's weirdly arranged. I'm doing a little bit better with X2 Pre. But what I'm now wondering is what I'm looking at in terms of if I combine more low pass and high pass together into this little bank of 3 controls with the large knob in the top. Then what happens if we had our EQs as the bank of 4 things, right? And then I could have the compressor threshold and also these controls as 3 knobs and 1 slider. Or we could have them like this, which is 4 sliders. I'm not sure if I love the 4 sliders. I kind of wanted them to be able to blink and do useful information, but they didn't end up doing as useful information as I would have liked. But one of the faults of this slider arrangement is that we have all this freaking vertical space. We have got plenty of ability to adjust, but we have all this vertical space. Meaning they could be arranged more tightly without too much trouble. Like it makes the knobs become smaller, but we can fit quite a lot. The way these controls work, and this goes for anybody who's working with this and like vibing it or whatever, is the controls resize themselves to fit the box that they're in. And the box that they're in is defined by how this block is laid out. So if you move it until the box is taller, there's more space between them and it can expand to make the thumb bigger. But if it doesn't have as much vertical space, the thumb becomes smaller in order to fit into that section. And it's just got me wondering whether there was a way that I could do so what I'm looking at here in the code section of things, I've got 4 positions there. I got 1 position just for the fader knob because cool. I've got the 3 set up where it's those 3 controls. We can do this as entirely sliders, or we could do it as a slider and 3 knobs, or indeed we could do it as some kind of 4 knob dingus. It's not impossible. So again, here's what it looks like in practice. You can fit 3 knobs underneath a larger knob. The 3 knobs end up looking kind of like this. I've got a pretty decent way of arranging it so the 3 knobs look okay. It would be a larger control knob there. But, and of course, nothing is stopping me from making just a bank of 4 knobs. It's just a question of, like, well, then which is the obvious knob to reach for your threshold? Do you reach for your threshold as a slider like this, or indeed like this? Are the adjustments available from having this wide thing on a track so significant that it should be a slider rather than a turning knob like this, where you'd be doing, like, say if it was attack and release and then ratio, maybe you're doing full ratio, your release is like this, and then maybe you're fooling with the attack. The nice thing about the knob is you can do micro adjustments if you have it set to radial by clicking on it and then going way off to the side, and it gives you a very finely grained control. But then people with their normal settings, rather than being stuck having it snap around like this, would simply have it move relating to how much the vertical motion was. And you set that in the defaults. But yeah, it's like, or would it be amusing to have it with a larger central knob like this, and then 2 knobs on the side for attack and release, and then the tiny little middle ratio knob tucked in down here just to have it be different? They don't have to be the same size. With it being a different size, what's going to happen is the text for the smaller knob will be tinier. But I mean, it could be done. Could be done. Yeah, forgive me for getting wrapped around the axle on this. It's interesting, and I'm going to have to face up to it at some point. And I'm going to want to come up with an answer that I really like for going forward with this, because then there's going to be Console X3 channel, bus, and pre, all of which will be very similar. And it has me thinking, do I like that bank of sliders, or does it just annoy me? Would I like to have a bank of 4 equal-sized smaller knobs? And lastly, this bank of other controls. Is it permissible to have a bank of sliders like this, but the top one is smoothing speed, and then there's EQ position, and then there is number of poles for the low pass and high pass filter, and then there's trim for how hard you drive the input, and then there's the pan pot. Could you have 5 sliders, all of which do wildly different things? Is that just too crazy? And if I did something that crazy, how many modules do I get to start moving around? Oh, are you going to use the generic UI in Reaper? Well, it will be available. But then all of this then becomes, how do I arrange them vertically top to bottom? How do I arrange them top to bottom? Also, as long as I'm doing the stream and have even a few folks there, I can mention for you as well, I have finally updated, as of like literally this morning, or was it last night? I can't remember. I'm working all the time. The Raspberry Pi 5 build now is 64-bit. The people who were having problems with the Raspberry Pi 64-bit computers are now taken care of. It'll probably work on 64-bit Pi 4. You just use the Pi 5 version, because what that means is 64-bit. And it was compiled on a Pi 5, but still. But yeah, that is now up and running, available to be done. I actually told Sudara, wouldn't it be cool if Pamplejuice had a Raspberry Pi continuous integration build output? And he was like, that's an interesting idea. I currently don't know how to do that, and I'm not going to be the one to be able to do it, but if Sudara was able to do it, that would be very exciting. So, This is basically me just staring at the wall and hoping that these shapes of ideas come into some kind of form that I can work with. I'm liking the more is your drive factor, and then underneath it are first high pass on one side and low pass on the other side. So high pass sits down here, and if you turn it up like you would here, the lows go away. And then low pass sits down here, similarly to like how this is arranged. Like if this was the more control, then your low pass would go like that to roll off, and your high pass would go like this to roll up. And then there would be a control somewhere else that handles how steep it is, which maybe you wouldn't touch unless you knew what you were doing with it. That's what I'm thinking with this band of controls. So wild idea here. Looking back over here at the capacity to have like a slider for the compression and then a bank of 3 little knobs. Because I do like that, I just don't like the way it's arranged. Where like we can do the threshold here, and then it definitely wants to be attack release ratio. And I think also they should be underneath the slider. And we can use the slider for it. And then there'd be the 3 little knobs for attack, release, and ratio. And since they don't have to say FC or FG on them, they can be a little bit more texty. Actually less. That would be less texty rather than more. And I feel like that would be nice. Like, granted, other people won't necessarily be manipulating it by clicking on it and then using the radial setting. That's not even a default setting. People like having it be vertical or indeed scroll wheel. It does respond to scroll wheel, you see. This is me doing scroll wheel on it. But yeah, I think ratio goes at the end. Because if you've got it like, okay, attack and release, and then the threshold is doing something, and the bit at the end, you have to turn up the ratio to hear what it's doing more. So that feels right to me. So I guess that's giving me an answer for this one. If I could make a larger, I probably can go in this direction, but then just make this be larger. The reason it doesn't get to be larger necessarily is because if you sloop all the way over to the edge, there are times when it like crops off part of the thumb. The masking area in which it can operate is somewhat limited. I'm kind of liking the size of that for the threshold. And I'm kind of liking the idea of ratio. So arrangement for how compressors work. Nice big slider on there. What if the 5 position switches, because what I'm looking at here is overriding how those are drawn, and certainly also overriding where like this shows that these are meant to be blinky lights, but it didn't really work super well. Kind of worked, but I don't feel it worked in practice. And then we have X amount of space to type stuff out, meaning if these things that have only 7 letters to say what they are were horizontal sliders or switches, you could have the switches have a different thumb, indicating that they are switches, and also they would snap to positions. But that would also get out of the way so that the text would be more readable, and since they are horizontal sliders, there's room to put more text there. Look at that. That gets to say FC threshold. It could say fire compressor threshold, then it would basically still fit. And these are the ones where you'd want to have more text on there, so I'm warming to that idea. Warming to that idea. So, if I had the 4 banks of so we're talking about ways of arranging banks of controls and things. So in X2Pre here, as we see, this is what fader would end up looking like for all of these. Even if they have a pan pod, the pan pod doesn't live here. This gets to be a maximum size circle for whatever the arrangement is. As you squish the space in one direction or another, it starts constraining it. But it gets to be the biggest possible knob. These are good. We're done. Don't need these to be any different. That's fine. More high pass and low pass, because we're talking about adding several controls to this, but also rearranging it pretty drastically. So if you imagine that rather than this being trim, which is a switch control, and more, if instead that was like compressor threshold like this, and then the 3 little controls underneath it for the parts of the compressor that can be manipulated, and I've already drawn a little reference sheet for that. Then you have the bank of controls here. And if they're slider style, the text might be kind of small, but there would be room for more text than just that. I'm pretty sure that's how this works. And then if the one on the top was the controls, well, grumble. So I got my more boost control being a big knob. That's cool. But what I'm looking at is having 5 sliders in a stack. Top and bottom are smoothing and pan. So would I want smoothing, which can be a continuous control? Is it really that damn important that you need to have it be one of the big spectacular looking controls like this? Because I'm talking about we're going to have like smoothing will look just like this and would be at the top of the bank. Pan would look just like this. It would be the bottom of the bank. It could be a slider. It could normally sit around. It's not going to be anywhere near fader, but as long as it's clearly labeled and is a big slidey control, you can be like, oh, that's one of the few slidey controls. If it's not the compressor, maybe it's the pan pot. It's at the bottom of the bank of controls, therefore it's the pan pot. And then the middle 3 are all switches. So they could be inset a little bit. They don't have to be the full size, although I could probably get away with them being the full size as long as the thumb was slightly different. And they'd be arranged kind of like this in their default setting. So let's pretend this, and this are switches. So EQ position would start at the middle, meaning it is applied across all of these parameters. If you did this, it would be before all of the compression and everything. If you did this, it would be after all the compression and everything. So you could roll off like highs in the distortion or fiddle with it. And it's still the Bezier thing, so it's going to have its own characteristics going on. It will start out in the middle because distributing them feels like typically a good idea, for that will probably give me what I want. Then the low-high Q goes underneath that. So you'd first have the smoothing control. Say, let's go as fast as possible. EQ position started out in the middle. Low-high Q would start out at 1, 2, 3, 4, position 4, or 0, 1, 2, 3, so position 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So position 3. And then the trim control would sit there, and the output of the trim control well, hang on. Okay, so smoothing, EQ position, low pass and high pass Q, and gain trim. And gain trim goes before everything else, so maybe all of this comes to the left of the compressor, which has another slider to it. That would put two sliders in a row next to each other. I'm not sure if I love the idea of two sliders in a row next to each other. Maybe I could do a nice layout in a diamond shape for the compression controls. You know, like a slightly like compression could look like this. Here's your threshold, attack and release, and then the ratio at the very bottom, maybe? It would be visually distinct from the bank of sliders. This is, of course, assuming that it has to be that bank of sliders, because like pan doesn't have to be a slider. You just want it to be distinct from don't mind me, I'll figure all of this stuff out. I've got about 19 minutes before I stop and go have tacos. And the fact is, having guzzled lots of coffee and dove into this real hard, and now I'm facing it, the reason I am wrapped around the axle and grinding to a halt is because this is worth fussing about. It's going to make a difference as far as how approachable this whole thing is. You could also have the slider be on the bottom for the ratio, but let's not even get that crazy. Yeah, so alternate possibility for the compression subsection. It's a little diamond-shaped thing in which none of the knobs are quite as big as the EQ or the fader, but none of them are all that tiny either. That has possibilities. And we can still have the LED light up for the knob on the threshold. Or indeed, bearing in mind, I was thinking about having lights be somewhere in the layout. Or indeed they could be square LEDs. Or little objects. There could be little objects much like those thumbs, but they're simply lights with a small decorating thing outside them. Like the visual appearance of this slider could also be a standalone LED that was maybe fairly small, but then if you had a super high-res monitor and were able to zoom real in, all of a sudden you'd have nice outlines and things, and it would be decorative and look nice. And you'd have one of these, like the thumb is, up in the corner here, or sort of up in this general area, like around there. Not all the way up in the corner, but in this vicinity, so that it was associated with like the EQ volume, and then there's your filter, and then you'd have this little box with a light in it, and that would show you whether there was audio in that band and how loud it was. So you'd have a little like visualizer of, do I have any highs happening? Is the fact that is it muddy because technically I've got loads of low mids there, and I could see that flashing and go, oh, I never like it when it does that, let's turn it down. Seems like a possibility. Because again, yeah, like when I'm doing this, we've got the ability to draw these fairly nicely. Like if you had a super high-res monitor or some future monitor that was just impossibly big, without changing anything in the plugin, all of this stuff would be rendered a little bit prettier. By the same token, this scroll thumb, which is not colored or decorated, has a little cute emboss in there, and so on, and all that stuff is going on in these representations. You can kind of see it in the more knob. You can really see the slight notch in between the scroll thumb and the body of the knob. So yeah, I've been busy doing all of these things over the years, and the concept is running with these things and making them be something good. So I've started sketching out this stuff. 15 minutes left to stream. I could actually stop a little bit early. Wouldn't hurt. But here's where we're looking at right now. You could certainly have these lights rather than using the thumbs of the knobs for things like that. Because I like being able to color code the thumbs of the knobs, and I can't color code the thumbs of the knobs if they're also serving as lights. Also, I kind of just like the look of this. The way this thumb is drawn, I'd rather just have it be a small decorative LED holder. It'll blink very nicely. It'll be great. That would work just fine. Here, now we're going through two separate console plugins. Yeah, that should just be a standalone light. Could sit in some of these empty spaces. If I find a nice looking place to sit it, that would actually be quite nice. And then whether or not to use this design the way that it is, Like the one from console X is kind of taller and squishier, and I believe it didn't actually end up sticking. Like I started editing it and then I wasn't able to put it back, but I was able to make it this, which I decided I liked even better. But without the LED in there, that starts looking more like a switch. And if I had it snapping to settings and then I had some detents in there, then it would look all the better. So that ain't too shabby. We could also make the hole in between those be a little bit less tall. This is a very deep slot for these things to be in. And so I've got my layout there where we can do knobs like this, but with a blinky light, maybe even a relatively centered blinky light. There can be the blinky light, and that can also represent where 0 is. That's not too shabby. That would actually work pretty well. I just have to make sure I have it set up right, but then you'd have your little level indicator there. It could be a little bit smaller, but there would be detail if you had it scaled up. And it would be sitting right there and not have a label under it. And it would be sitting there where 0 was, but it would also show you where 0 was, but it would also show you how much level was at that state. Don't know if there would also ideally be one for the more knob, but I'm not quite sure how to make that one actuate. And yeah, where I left off, yeah, we're in the last 10 minutes of stream. If I can't get anywhere with this, it's fine. No biggie. But yeah, I like my little diamond arrangement for threshold, attack, release, and then ratio. I feel that can I'll be able to come up with a way of making that seem good. I might lean on just having only attack and release and ratio labeled, and the threshold knob is much larger but doesn't say threshold or compressor or whatever. You just like, oh, what's the big knob do? Okay, that's what it does. Be pretty straightforward. Also, you could put the blinking light in the middle of the batch of them, but don't know if that's needful. Or indeed, the blinking light could be the knob on the fader. Like the way this works, these blink and operate and stuff, but with these, they light up. And I can have that operate based on making the thumb be the blinking light. I'm just not sure if I want to make the thumb be the blinking light. Which leads me to my final hours of stream before I get to go and have tacos, because I've worked hard today. Honestly, the stream was just a giant pile of mess, but before doing the stream, I finished with making K Cyber City is now ready to release this weekend. And I also made it so that Purist Console 4 is ready to release when time comes for that. So that counts as a good bunch of work. And if all I'm able to do is struggle with this stuff, like what we're looking at there is a bank of 5 things. And it's got me, because the way that works, there's 4 in size of things. It will have console X3 arranged and assorted in terms of size of things, where There's 4 EQ knobs with smaller frequency knobs above them. It's going to be Bezi Q3, so the frequency knobs, maybe I can make them even smaller because they won't matter all that much. They'll be functional, but they're not really the main event in Bezi Q3. Not like they are in like Smoothie Q2 or whatever. In Bezi Q3, the frequency trim knobs just don't have as much going on. And then there can be a arrangement of compressors that fill up space nicely where there is a large threshold knob, presumably unlabeled, and it takes up a bunch of space, and then there's a little 3 knobs below it, and that covers the compression. The saturation, high pass, and low pass, well, now hang on a moment. Technically, nothing's stopping me from making the saturation, high pass, and low pass be saturation, high pass, low pass. Below that, pan. Below that, the big knob. That could honestly work even better. If I do that, then there's 2 places to do that triangle of things. And between those, trapezoid rather, diamond of things, between those 2 diamonds can be the bank of controls, and then there only needs to be 4 of them. So let's move pan back from there to there. And then let's move that there, meaning that the little fiddly controls between the things, either laid out vertically or horizontally or however you go about doing it, because it's 8 things. So I'm pretty sure, let's double check. Back to this visualization. Yeah. If I run with the console X2 layout, I've already got it set up to do 8 things, 4x4. So you can do 4x4 vertically, you can do 4x4 horizontally, or you can do 8 or 8. And what we're talking about here is setting it up so the EQs would look like this. Maybe have a indicator light for showing the levels of them. I'm not sure how much I'm in love with that idea, but it could happen. We could do that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 more sections. But the final section is just the big knob like we see here. Then this section is a diamond-shaped setup with a bigger knob for threshold up top, whereas the big knob is down lower so you can see where they are. Then attack and release to the sides, and another small ratio knob down in the bottom here, so you can distinguish between that and the one next to it. Then we have a bank of 4 controls. Now, smooth could also be a switch. Now, I'm not sure if I want smooth to be a switch, but smooth could be a switch. It's the speed of the smoothing. And the reason that matters is because every single other one of those things is a switch. So it will be a bank of 4 switches. Laid out in such a way that I could clearly fit more text on this line. And adjust the way it's being drawn and stuff so that I can use this more effectively. And that goes in this position. Then we have another diamond shape in which more is the larger knob on the top. And then there's the high pass and low pass with the switch for controlling them kind of next to it. So high pass, low pass, and then here would be the pan, and then you have the fader there. And they would be knobs rather than sliders. It would be a diamond of knobs. Unless for some reason I am in love with using a slider for ratio and pan. Or indeed I could have just only the pan be a slider, but that would be more complicated than necessary. But it's starting to come together. I am wondering very much whether I'm in love with the idea of having the bank of switches have the smooth control be in there. I like the fact that it's in a bank of like 4 little sliders that don't have to take up a lot of space necessarily, but they have to have room for lines of text underneath them, because the lines of text are going to say control smoothing, EQ positioning, low pass, high pass Q or steepness, and gain trim booster or shifting of bits booster or whatever. Oh, you got to go ahead and go to sleep. It's time for me to go and have tacos anyway. And good night. Good night. And I'll see you again next week. We'll probably be doing the actual coding for this plugin next week. But yeah, it's time for me to put this aside and make a bunch of notes on where I left off. And then I'll pick it back up again probably literally tomorrow. And when I'm not streaming, but I can focus. And we'll see where all this leads. I feel like this could become something good and cool. In particular, I'm liking the way of repurposing the sliders this way. They're nice little things and all, but I can't help but feel like I can do more. And yeah, and isn't that just the thing to do? Is, whatever you do, got to do some more. So on that note, I think what I'm going to do is, it's literally 5. I'm going to go off and have my tacos now. I'll shut down all of these things. I'll make a series of quick notes, but then I'll put the computer down and go have dinner. And I'll see you folks later. This weekend should be the release of K Cyber City, and that should be exciting and fun in its own right. It'll be fun demonstrating that stuff. And I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.